It really is a pleasure for me to be part of IFCC 2020 and participate with a small demo. I'm super excited for that. It's a beautiful day to record and share it with you guys. And for those who meet me for the first time, I'm George Brad, freelance concept artist based in Romania. A few companies I had the privilege of working with are DreamWorks Animation, Games Workshop, notoriously known for Warhammer 40k franchise. I've also had the pleasure of working with Deloitte and many more smaller studios. Other than that, I've also dedicated a big chunk of my time doing one-on-one sessions with different students from around the world who aspire to become future concept artists, or people who simply want to sharpen their drawing/designing skills. More than often, some of us would learn much faster if we would have somebody to show us where exactly we do mistakes and help us to correct them. And that's exactly what I'm trying to do with those one-on-one sessions. And we do this with a lot of overpaints of the homeworks my students will receive based on their skills and weaknesses, because that's what we're trying to do. We're trying to transform your weakness points into strengths, right? So if you feel that this is something you might need in order to take your art to the next level, feel free to get in touch with me via Facebook, and we can make that happen. Yeah, so now getting back to the demo. I believe in working on your skills every single day, and I also believe that it's good for your brain to draw something, finish something every single day, no matter if it's just a line art or a simple color sketch or a simple sketch or anything in between. But personally, I find it very pleasing seeing that, you know, no matter the amount of work I have to do, you know, some projects basically take a couple of days or maybe more. So in between, it might be a little bit frustrating because you don't have anything concrete, anything done. So I came up with this routine, which basically involves me drawing basically a simple concept every single day. And the most fun part about it is that you know, sometimes I feel that I would like to focus strictly on composition, and I'm doing that right now with this demo. My only concern was to come up with some good looking architecture and have great composition. And also another thing that I like is that I intend to keep it minimal and a little bit of abstract. So you can see that I don't necessarily have foreground, midground, and background. I simply have the midground, which is the point of interest. And another rule which I'm using is to keep it under 2 hours. So for me personally, I draw around 10 hours a day, more or less, and I dedicate the first 2 hours for myself, and I'm warming up doing those demos, and I keep the rest of the 8 hours for my clients or my students, or anything in between. So yeah, those demos are great because, again, you can focus on composition You can focus on storytelling. You can focus on both of them if you'd like. You can focus on organic buildings, or characters, or pretty much whatever you can think about. I will attach in this video some examples of my previous daily drawings. I'll make them run one by one while this demo is also working. So you can see a couple of examples of which I've done previously. And yeah, so it's quite fun. This is honestly the part that I enjoy the most during the day. It's first things first. Each day you don't really know what you're gonna come up with. It's pretty much as simple as that. Yeah, let me take a sip of water. Okay, so today I decided to go for some Islamic architecture, and it's quite generic actually, because I put some buildings in a rock, in a mountain, sort of speak, which is pretty much the most generic thing that you can do, having buildings on mountains. I see that pretty often actually. But you can still do it because it's very fun, and it's very interesting, and it helps you develops your shape language better and more. So that's what I'm doing right now. So I'm focusing on Byzantine architecture, not Islamic. And I used mostly, I think I'm gonna attach the reference which I used. I try to keep myself minimal with references as well, but for this concept I used a church. You're gonna see the reference attached in the image, and I'm basically looking at that type of architecture and reinterpret it, sort of speak. So I'm looking at details, at arches, at gates, at windows, and I'm trying to slightly adjust them around 30-40% and come up with something new. Something new, but at the same time grounded into reality. So this is pretty much the process that I use. Other than that, another trick I use to those dailies, and especially to this one over here, is you can see that I'm not necessarily using perspective, but at the same time I try to give the impression that there is perspective involved, and you do that by using a very wide lens camera angle. So basically that flattens everything out, and you only see two sides of each building, with very little to none perspective involved. So it's quite a dirty trick, sort of speak, but it helps speed up the process because you don't have to think about this if you just want to focus on design or storytelling. So yeah, other than that, I think it's worth mentioning that you probably noticed as well, but at the beginning of the video I focused a lot on the shape itself. So I'm trying as a first priority I've tried to come up with an interesting shape itself, um, even though there was no line art involved. I just wanted to have that one shape very, very appealing. And the goal is not to move forward until you are very satisfied with that initial, in my case, gray shape from the background. Once I come up with it and I start to see that everything um, gathers a contour, I moved forward and I tried to chop that shape and I tried to create some buildings, sort of speak. I put only some blocks and I tried to show where I would like to add my buildings, and but not, again, nothing very concrete. And once I drew all my elements, once I put all my elements on canvas, only afterwards I started doing the line art, and which is basically what you're seeing right now. And yeah, so I'm pretty much looking at my reference back and forth and drawing buildings, putting some stairs here and now. Everything might not necessarily, again, make that much sense, but my goal, my end goal is to have some cool looking buildings and a great composition. So that's the only thing that really matters to me when it comes to this particular piece. As I said, again, on other pieces, on different days, I might focus more on storytelling and not so much necessarily on composition. Sometimes I focus a lot on, for example, if I would draw a character, I would care about how I exaggerate the muscles and its proportions, and yeah, so on and so forth. So yeah, right now I'm doing a little bit of groundwork. I'm trying to put some bushes and some rocks. I'm trying to sculpt my main shape even more, and I'm trying to separate my mountains from my buildings, and I'm also trying to create some basically I'm trying to define the shapes better. From now and then sometimes I close my back layer, which contains my initial sketch, just so I can see how it looks right now and where I should add more details and where I should remove some if necessary. I'm trying to slowly hint some depth by adding those black chunks, those abstract black chunks you saw me draw in the background, just because the brain perceives them as some background element and it gives a little bit of depth. So this is a small cheap trick I'm using. I'm also darken everything which is a window or a door or a big hole in a wall or in a structure itself. That also helps to break the composition a little bit more. Now I'm taking care of the elements which overlap each other. I'm trying to see how I'm trying to see basically if it looks cool for elements to overlap in certain ways, and if not, I try to modify and see how I can make it look cool, because the end goal is always first to look cool and awesome, and only afterwards to make it look believable. So in entertainment, first goal is always awesomeness, and only afterwards functionality. Yeah, so more detail elements. I'm playing with my brush size. Yeah, playing with the shapes. I'm trying to see if different roof shapes would work as well and would look good. Again, doing some details here and there. And I think from this point on, that's pretty much what I'm doing. So details, looking at overall picture, see which area deserves more interest, more details, and which not, where to add, where to subtract. So basically from now on it's kind of a ping pong game when it comes to this. So checking where should I add more, where should I take some, you know, taking from rich, giving to the poor, sort of speak. And you know, when it comes to me, I like to add as much details as I can without creating too much excess. So I'm always looking for ways to add a little bit more, some extra lines, some extra dots, some extra something, because it looks appealing to me. All those dots and everything else looks entertaining, and it gives some texture, it gives some volumes. So I'd like to use as many lines as many shapes as I can. So yeah, again, now I'm taking care of windows. I'm trying to look if it I'm trying to check if it looks cool. I'm doing some more details, adding some extra ground details, putting some bushes. Again, I'm not really interested in making it very realistic. I mainly want to create something a little bit abstract, or actually a better way to say it, that I'm trying to give a lot of room of interpretation. So you know, when viewers see these, they can imagine whatever they want to imagine. So I'm not trying to create everything with very strict boundaries. And you know, it's you can put some more restrictions if you want. For me, I just want to go YOLO and you know, start something and in 2 hours see what I manage to do. And you know, whatever, if it's something which I love, then the better the result. If it's something which I don't necessarily like, I'm trying to see where I made some mistakes and how to correct those, and hopefully tomorrow I won't do them again. And here, for example, I noticed that a lot of windows intersect straight with rock, so I try to create a little bit of balconies here and there, so you know, I can hide those rookie mistakes, sort of speak. Okay, and now I take care of I'm basically putting shades on one side so I can create more depth and more a 3D feel, and this is, I think, the most relaxing part, because those hatching lines are almost therapeutical. They bring me, you know, so much peace. It's pretty much, and it gives also believe it or not, a lot of texture and a little bit of dynamism, and you know, it makes everything look um, different and beautiful and original. So yeah, that's pretty much what I'm focusing right now. Yeah, so uh, gonna take another sip of water. And yeah, again, taking care of details, checking if I should add some more here and there, um, adding some extra windows. um, every, I think I should focus more on working without that much zoom. um, I always find it I always find not zooming too much to be a healthier process, because you know, you can always constantly focusing on the big picture, and you never lose sight of that objective. uh, yeah, but unfortunately it got stuck with me, this bad habit. So I'm zooming, so I have to always remember to zoom out and look at the overall picture and see if it looks great or not, you know, and only at the end of the process to actually zoom in and do put the details and the magic. So yeah, always remember to work from big to small. Details are always the last thing that you add. um, and that's you know, details are supposed to be about 10, maybe 20% of your entire work. So most of it, at least in my case, I try to stay and check the bigger picture, and see if everything holds together nicely and beautiful, and if it looks harmonical. So and by the way, um, another trick to check if everything looks good is to flip the image, and you probably saw me do it every now and then, um, but because of the video is sped up, you know, it probably was in a blink of an eye. But definitely do that. It really helps to, basically, when you flip the image, your brain perceive it as a new image, and it spots the mistakes very fast and very quickly, compared to if you would stick to the same angle, where the brain kind of gets used to the image, and it's very hard for it to spot the mistakes. So slowly this image gathers a shape. It looks more and more decent, I would say. I'm looking to add more lines, more texture on the mountain here and there, making it look as interesting as possible, even though it's just basically a piece of rock. So I'm trying to see how I can create some visual interests with this, with those lines. And as you can see, I decided to go a little bit chaotic when it comes to mountains. So you can see that my lines are, you know, in almost every direction, versus my lines from the building, which are all of them vertical. So except for example here, where I put the shadow from one building, but everything else is pretty much vertical. And this is another way to separate what's man-made and what's natural, with simply lines. So again, putting some shades here and there, some occlusion where needed be, some more details here and there, and pretty much that's it. So yeah, I think I covered like a lot. I apologize if I spoke too much, or if I spoke too fast, or if I bombard you with a lot of informations. I try to give you as much as possible, and hopefully I inspired at least a couple of you to start drawing every single day. And even though you have clients and you have your daily lives and your jobs and so on, it's always important to do something for yourself and for the soul. And in my case, it's those daily drawings, which takes again 2 hours. I think 2 hours it's a decent amount of time to make something for yourself, from start to finish. Some of you, if you'd like, you can spend an hour or 2.5 or 3, depending on how much time you have and how much will. But for me, this is my sweet spot, and I encourage each and one of you to try it for 10 days, try it for 50 days, try it for 2 weeks, and I promise you'll see a big difference from the first one to the last one, because you will learn, and the next one, it's always gonna be built based on previous one's experience. So I highly encourage you to do that. Yeah, so I think this should pretty much sum up the process. Thank you guys for staying with me. I hope you enjoyed the process and learned a thing or two, and I hope to see you soon again, and thank you guys for everything. Bye bye, and enjoy the rest of the process. Okay, now I'm going. Bye bye.
I'm here to tell you, number one, that most of you say you want to be successful, but you don't want it bad. You just kind of want it. You don't want it badder than you want to party. You don't want it as much as you want to be cool. Most of you don't want success as much as you want to sleep. Some of you love sleep more than you love success. And I'm here to tell you today, if you're going to be successful, you've got to be willing to give up sleep.
It's been absolutely amazing and spectacular.
Hi.
Hey, what's up, guys? I'm Max Berman.
I'm Soria Zaragoza from Mexico.
So IFCC is pretty much the best thing you can do if you want to meet crazy people, also clueless people. A super charming, intimate conference.
But it would have been nice to have a schedule. That would have been good.
IFCC was pretty awesome, even if I didn't saw that much.
It's been an absolute blast at the spectacular IFCC.
Because I was drinking all week.
Everyone gathers together and breaks bread together.
It's mixing students and professionals, and everyone is kind of equal, which is really nice.
See all the people is like feeling like coming back home.
And drinks together.
It was an amazing party, like 7 days in a row.
And problem solve together.
City is amazing, weather is amazing.
And share knowledge.
And women's.
So, if you have any free time and you want to learn the ins and outs of the industry,
and just witness incredible artwork and inspirational talks.
And just be creative.
this is where you need to be, and it's at IFCC.
It's unlike anything else out there.
Amazing. You should be here.
I hope I can come back and like every single year and just have fun.
So I don't know what to say. This place is fucking awesome.
Yeah.
But also be prepared because you're gonna have a good time.
So I will see you next year.
Can we try it again, please?
Okay. No, nice. I think just stay here.
Thank you.
This is a recording of a sketch I did a couple weeks ago. And I want to do a narration of my process and basically what I was thinking while I painted it. And just to jump in, the first things I'm thinking about are really the setting up an initial contrast between there's a big shape in the far background and there are small shapes in that small part of the canvas on the bottom. And they will eventually be people, but right now I'm just thinking in terms of abstract shapes and contrast. And one thing that I would recommend to initially set up is to have your tablet set so that the pressure curve is pretty sensitive. You definitely don't want to be pushing hard while you are, in order to get any kind of decisive mark. Since shapes are so important and having a clear value within those shapes, if you have to fight your tablet, then you're really working against yourself. In terms of your setup, you want to have it so that everything is really working with you. And here I'm adding I mostly set up straight lines so far, so this is like again, thinking about abstract contrast. Here's a curve to contrast those straight lines. And this will eventually become like a chrome kind of fountain inspired by the bean in Chicago. I like that. I wanted sort of a urban park kind of vibe, but maybe something with a small amount of sci-fi. I think that could be another kind of interesting contrast where you have, you know, the degree of relatability versus how foreign something is. So I want this to be mostly relatable, but with a little bit of weirdness, like how big that building is in the back. And it's like a pretty simple one-point perspective. I don't really want to be thinking too hard about the perspective while I'm painting this because it's such a quick sketch. And I'm setting up some greenery, but it's within that same value group as the building. Right now I only really have two values. I have the sky and the greenery and the building are all part of one value group, and then the shadows and dark local values are part of another. And pretty soon I'll be adding in one more value group, and I'll talk about what I choose to group within those. And I tried to push the building further back, but it doesn't really make sense because there's not really that much atmosphere. There'll eventually be some water vapor from like the fountain, but it wouldn't affect it that much. So I wind up undoing that later. And here I add in a specular highlight onto the fountain shape. And it's just like an initial kind of material definition to add another form of contrast. So I have shape contrast, value contrast, a little bit of narrative contrast that will come in later, and now some materials. I'm trying to keep a very small amount of contrast within my two value groups. And in order to add a new color but keep it within the right value group, if you use the color picker, then there's a handy little box where if you pick a new color, it'll compare it right on top of the old color. And when the line between them disappears, that's when that's when it's the same value. And you'll see me check the values a lot with the color proof setup with the Control-Y hotkey. And that's super, super useful. But the problem is that you can't do that with traditional painting. And I think it's good to be able to train your eye to recognize when you have different temperatures but the same value. It's such a fundamental part of painting. And I'm adding some color dynamics in the foreground. Something I often see in concept art is those compositions where I call it like a playset composition, where if you think about how a set is designed, you have like cardboard cutouts, and you'll often see like the guy with the stick in front and as the darkest value, and then you'll have the mid-ground, which is a little bit lighter, and then progressively lighter until you get to the sky. But that only happens with a very specific scenario in real life where there's a ton of fog. But even then, having the foreground be so dark, I mean, that's not necessarily what would happen. It's more about the contrast that you have. So here I have a ton of contrast in the foreground and very little contrast in the background. And it could be any value you want, really. You could have very dark values in the background, but as long as there's not a lot of information within those shapes, then it'll start to recede. And I set up, starting to work on that chrome material for the dome. And I'm thinking about what that's reflecting. So it's most obvious with the chrome material that it's reflecting the entire environment. But everything in the scene, that's how we see anything, it's reflections. So it's really important to keep in mind what your entire environment is, like outside the bounds of the canvas, regardless of whatever the object is. .3D is really helpful for that because you can see with the HDRI, it sort of builds that habit of thinking about the whole scene. So sunlight tends to naturally group things into two values, and then here I actually added the third value group, which is the light local value of the shirt, and that includes the specular highlight of the sun. So now I have three value groups. All of the building, the sky, the trees, that's all my middle group, and then I have the local value of the light shirt and the speculars that I'm adding. That's my highest value group. And then my lowest value group is the shadows and the dark local value of the pants. And again, for the shadows, it's the same value, but I'm thinking about what it's reflecting. So all the shadows will be the sum of the indirect light. So that's like the sky dome or the bounce light. And I'm just thinking about, what's it receiving most of? and that'll influence like my calculation for the final temperature of the shadow. And I can't put too much information in it because I'm exposed for the light here. And that means that I could have a wider value range in the light and a smaller value range in the shadow. Say, for example, 2 values in the light, but one value in the shadow. And if you think about it, like we only have a 0 to 10 value range to work with in painting. And sunlight, the range is much, much greater than that. So because if you have a lot of contrast in your middle values, to keep those relationships, you're going to have to clip the low end. It's going to start getting to below 0 and just going to clip. And if you wanted to adjust that, you could reduce the contrast within your light, and then you could bring the shadows closer. So you have control over the way that you compress and the way that you expose. And that's basically how you wind up with the values that you use to make your composition. So here I'm starting to think a little bit more conceptually and about construction. You can see I did like a plumb line down from the ear down to the ground to get the center of gravity of the figure. And that's a very different approach than what I've been doing so far, which is very, very optical. And you can go back and forth between these two approaches. Like here, I'm thinking about the construction, but also the abstract shapes that I'm making. And I want to make those interesting on an abstract level, but also be characteristic of the figure. And that's sort of a push and pull. And it's about this point that I'm going to look for reference. I feel like I have my idea down. And any earlier, I probably would have been influenced too much by the reference that I was looking at. And now when I look for reference, it's in service of the idea that I put down. I feel like that's the best place to be. When I start to have like, okay, the idea is in place, but I need more reference for specificity within the drawing, that's a great place to start looking for reference. You can see that part of the leg, I tried to keep that the same value as the concrete. When you think about how we see, edges will bleed into each other, and the instinct is often to make an outline between two forms, and that's more of appealing to the sense of touch rather than the sense of sight. It's thinking about what we know rather than what we see. But when you think purely optically about the image that comes into the retina, there's often no distinction between areas of similar value. They just bleed into each other. And that works on an abstract level too. You can save values that way, and the further you compress things, the more you can have them separate forms become one shape. I'm thinking about how I can add some more interest above the horizon rather than just below. But I don't want to take away from that really, that broad shape that I have. So I have to think about how to do it. I don't wind up using this exact solution. Here I'm adding some temperature differences to the concrete. It's something I got from the reference, but still I'm not changing the value. And adding some figures further in the background. One of the benefits of this one-point perspective is that the horizon line is going to intersect the figure. If you assume that they're all the same height, the horizon line will cross the figure at the same point for each figure. And that's great because you don't have to think about like the perspective grid or anything. You could just think about the design. And here I'm actually going to grab some silhouettes from the reference. This is something I ordinarily wouldn't do if I had more time, but the benefit to this is that you get really clear drawing, and that sort of gives you a benchmark for the rest of the painting. Now I have to match this level of detail, but I also want to simplify this because we set up like really clean value groups so far, where it's either one of three groups. And what this is doing is adding a bunch of kind of random numbers into it. So when I find a number that's too high or too low for that group, I have to raise it or lower it so that it fits. It's basically just visual noise that I want to get rid of. I really just want to take the drawing from this, so I'm going to simplify it. And this is a great way to have your reference actually be incorporated into your ideas rather than that kind of pieced together photo batch collage look. You can see I'm changing these values to be part of the groups that I set up initially. And I'm always thinking about scale, like I'm thinking about the difference in scale just abstractly between the big shape in the back towards that main figure in front, and how much smaller these figures are compared to that foreground figure. And the grouping of them, trying to avoid even groupings. And just simplifying the shapes. I want to use the values that I set up originally and use those to create interesting shapes that work as part of the composition. So I'll be zooming in and out constantly to see how each decision that I make affects the whole. I'll often make a new window for the painting and keep that small, or you can use the navigator on the top. For this one, I basically just keep zooming out. I'm compressing those shapes of the trees in the background to sell the perspective a bit more, and now adding some overlaps. I know that I want to show those overlaps as part of the drawing, but with just one value. So you have to think about how to design shapes that will show that most effectively. And I don't know what I was thinking here, but that didn't work. I'm adding some saturation to the top of the dome because that's going to be reflecting the zenith of the sky. Again, always thinking about what's outside the canvas because that's what's being reflected by the entire scene. You're just thinking about what plane is going to be hit by the light and what plane is going to be hit by the shadow. For the most part, for as long as I can, I think in two values, and then I'll add another value group. But the same decisions happen with that. And I know that I want to have the backgrounds and the figures sort of, even though the background's miles away, have that be the same value as the figures in front. And I wind up making, I tried there to make the figures darker, which I didn't like because I lost a sense of light. But then I will wind up changing the value of the building in back, and that I think adds a lot of the sense of light and helps the design. So often I'm trying to think of how I can best use physical properties like the physics of light to support an abstract design and have them work in sympathy with each other. Now I'm adding another figure, just looking at the reference. This time I just have it off to the side on another monitor. And I use the magic wand to select those shapes, and this is where I change that value group to the higher one. I'll use the magic wand a lot for selections because it keeps if I set up my shapes well initially, then the magic wand will work for me. And I can make major changes without hurting the integrity of those shapes. So still, I'm just thinking about the 3 value groups that I set up. His face is part of the lighter one, his hair is part of the darker one. And the blue sky and the ground are kind of part of that middle group, and the trees. And thinking more just about how I can add some more overlaps to help the drawing and sell the perspective as they recede into space. Trying to clean up the silhouette of the building and thinking again about proportions and divisions and just how I can have interesting shapes and have things relate to each other in an interesting way. So here I'm using the magic wand to select the ground shapes and adding some Fresnel, which means that as the angle of viewing becomes steeper, it's going to start to become more reflective. So in the background there, if this concrete material has some kind of reflectiveness to it, then towards the back it'll start reflecting the sun more and the sky. If you think about like looking into a pond, if you look straight down on it, you could see the bottom, but as it approaches the horizon, you get more of a mirror-like specular reflection. So I'm continuing to add more colors, but within those value groups that were set up within the first few seconds of the painting. And I really recommend working from life because that gives you the instinct to know initially in those first few minutes of the painting if your relationships are accurate. It's sort of a way to build intuition. The problem with working from photo studies is that it's already compressed. It's compressed both through the intention of the photographer and just what the camera does. So from life, you have to make those decisions. And here I'm adding some low contrast subdivisions within the building in the back. And now this is working a little bit better. This was exploring the idea and I wind up doing it a little bit more cleanly. But I think that works because it adds, I'm adding them in an interesting place and it kind of helps, I don't know, it makes the design more interesting. Helps the narrative because it's kind of strange and oppressive looking. But also just abstractly, I think that low contrast information works better than what I was trying before. And raising up the value of this group, I think that helps the sense of light. Now thinking about the direction of the sunlight and adding shadow shapes from those buttresses on the building. And since they're so low contrast, I think that's part of why I eventually add water to this fountain to suggest that there's some water vapor in the air, atmosphere that's lightening those shapes up. Now I'm adding color dynamics to my brush because it'll give me some of that contrast in the foreground automatically. I wouldn't use that on the building in the back because if you think about it, the difference in value between that value of the building compared to the shadows, it's so far away. So to keep our relationships of the values correct, there has to be very, very little contrast there. So this kind of contrast that comes from the color dynamics, I'm only adding closer to the camera. I'm thinking of how the specular highlights will wrap around the forms of this dome. And I think that major specular is not quite in the right place. I wanted it to be in the canvas, but I think it would be outside the canvas actually. But it looks okay from a glance. To take this further, I'll probably mock up the scene in 3D and see how these reflections would actually work. But the better you're drawing and the better you can plot this kind of stuff, and the better you build your intuitive sense of these things, the less you have to rely on reference or 3D, and the further you can take your idea before you have to get help from those. And that cloud was just way too much contrast. But since I'm exposed for the lights, it leaves me some room in the sky for a gradient. So to show that gradient in the sky, the shadows really need to be super dark and not have much information in them. If the shadows had more information, the sky would then have much less room for it, and would probably start blowing out. And often we're used to seeing more of a gradient in skies in photos because that's what polarized lenses will accentuate. Painting from life, you don't often have much room for a huge gradient in the sky. And now trying to use the cast shadow shapes to show some form, so they're wrapping around that bush. Thinking about how I can add some temperature differences to this far building. I think I keep some of this, but I have to knock it back pretty far because this is breaking the relationships that I talked about. Trying to consolidate shapes here. There's just a lot of little things going on that I think I could make into a bigger shape. Yeah, I'm thinking about the light direction and the plane changes in those plants, but the value change is very, very small compared to the distance to our next value group. So I can't make plane changes have a lot of contrast. I'm thinking about how this underplane of the dome is going to start reflecting the ground and those trees. I'm trying to design some simple shapes for the shadows in his face. Really, again, just thinking in two values. There's less contrast between those two values, but it's still either one or the other. And I'm building up saturation in those dark shapes. And I'm bringing that lighter value group back down into the lower part of the canvas. I think that helps balance out a little bit because we have the big shape in the background, the specular highlight, and then balancing out a little bit on the left side under the trees. just playing with if I can add more shapes into this far background. And it's great working digitally because you can really infinitely rework these things. I can place the shape anywhere that I want, which can be a good thing and a bad thing because it could build bad habits. That's why I like to also work traditionally, to have a process where I kind of have to know what I'm doing. Because I think digital can lead to a lot of lateral moves rather than towards a target. So I try and use it in the ways it plays to its strengths, but also practice other approaches. I think working traditionally really helped me with the very early stages where you have to get your value relationships set initially. And it really is, it's not really about process. It's about the fundamentals, and any kind of process can lead you there. And I think it's good to experiment with process. And the more you experiment, the more information that you have the next time you have an idea in how you could approach that idea. Here I'm just further subdividing the shapes and keeping the drawing in mind, first of all, how I can make the perspective more truthful. Thinking about the light direction, and still it's either in light or it's in shadow. And that second value for the light, I added up by his shoulder. Adding some more value contrast within the lights, but I'm not adding that value difference in the shadows. My logic there is just mostly that the majority of the scene is within the light, so it makes sense to expose to the light because there's very little shadow here. If this was mostly in shadow and you wanted to show a greater range and color of reflected light, then it would make more sense to blow out the lights a little bit more. Another choice would be to reduce the amount of information in both the lights and the shadows, and then get those values closer. And then you have an image with overall less contrast. And with the fountain back there, I quickly blocked in some speculars of how I think that would fall over the falling water and how that would be reflected back to the eye. Just trying to get the most characteristic shadow shape that I can for that particular perspective. So I'm always trying to consider the physical aspects of perspective and how light works, and the abstract at the same time, because the composition is really what's important. I'm adding some more detail into the grounds. And using that detail as like a leading line. That's sort of how we enter the picture. Now I'm thinking if there is some water vapor in the air, then the shadows will start picking that up in the far background. So playing with the temperature of the shadows without trying to change the value too much. And I flip horizontally a lot to kind of get a new perspective on it. And here I'm just thinking purely abstract in how I can maybe get some more interesting shapes in here, thinking about how I can add dark on light and light on dark. And really, I would try and figure out what those shapes are after I think about the composition. Now I'm going back to that idea of having some interest above the horizon, and I'm thinking I can add some really colorful flags in perspective. I'm thinking about those flags that you see along the streets and cities. And these could really be any color that I want because it's being illuminated by the white light of the sun, which is every wavelength, so it'll show every color. But as long as I keep it within those value groups that I set up, it'll still read as light, and it won't look out of place. So this is a very, very abstract indication of what's going on. Trying to get how they would recede into the vanishing point. And then just quickly blocking in how the cast shadows from the flags onto the pole. And the cast shadow would be the same value as the dark colors and the design of the flags. So I'm expanding my value groups a little bit, trying to get the full value range. Adding some of that really saturated yellow, I think, is nice because it's the same value as that light group, but adds a lot of interest, I think, hopefully. So whenever I add a new value, I try and have a really good reason for it. I'm thinking about adding another value or another material onto this reflective dome, but it doesn't work out. I thought it would be a good idea, almost like it was capped with the concrete material. But again, it's digital, like I can try anything and just see if it works. Yeah, and decide to ditch it. Just building up the saturation a little bit more at the height of the sky. This is where I think I'm realizing that the specular isn't quite right, but building up a greater intensity of the color. It's useful to know the difference between chroma and saturation. So each hue has a peak chroma at a different value, and it's worth looking up the Munsell color space and thinking of color as a 3D environment that you move around in. So you can design your value structure in a way that will give you peak chroma for the colors that you want, and just base everything relatively off of that. I think it's a more useful way to think about it, and saturation is just what makes up the chroma of a color. So you can have a very saturated color with not a lot of chroma. Adding some more detail to the foreground pattern. And I think when you build up the composition holistically like this, you can sort of choose any point to stop because the relationships are in the right place. Trying to refine the drawing and the perspective. And this is just the process that I found over time that I enjoy for sketches working from imagination. But it should be different for everybody based on your goals. And process is not the important thing. It's the ideas behind the process. I think experimenting with process is the most fun part. And once you have a grasp of the fundamentals, then it really opens up experimentation. And I think if there is water here, it'll be reflecting lots of different colors from the environment. And I'm thinking of adding some of that Fresnel to the top of the dome. I think by trying to do this kind of thing from imagination first, then you get a better idea of what you would want to learn from a study. So I try and build it up as part of the scene first, and then, okay, I don't know how to do that, so then I'll do a study and try and rebuild that scene. And it can be helpful to not even copy the shapes that you see. Like if you get a photo of a fountain like this, try drawing it from a totally different angle, because then you have to rebuild the scene. You can't just start copying the shapes, you have to think about it. And that's how you'll really learn and build that intuition for next time. Really increasing the Fresnel where the angle gets deeper. Here I'm adding some more contrast to the foreground. So now the difference between those two values is pretty great, and you don't get anything like that further in the distance. That about wraps this one up. Thanks so much for watching, and I hope it was interesting and that you learned something. You can see more of my work at devincorwin.com, and also on Instagram and Twitter. I've been posting some free tutorials. Also, I just put out an ebook about the fundamentals of art, and you can find that on Gumroad. Thanks again.
Hi everyone, welcome to my Concept Artist Survival Kit lecture. Let me introduce myself. My name is Kasia Zielińska and I currently work as a concept artist in Techland on Dying Light 2. I'm also a freelancer and a teacher. As a creative person, I'm not only interested in making art, but I'm also fascinated by new technologies. Never before in history, artists have such easy access to knowledge, tools, and audience. I believe we have a golden era for artists, especially digital ones. Today I want to share with you some things that I have learned over the years that could help you feel more stable as a creative person in the entertainment industry. I will talk from concept artist perspective, but I believe that many things that I mentioned can be used as well by other creatives. I would like you to find an inspiration for yourself. My presentation will be divided into three main topics. How to get your dream job, aka do your portfolio, income sources and social media. Basically, where to find money when you're an artist, how to promote what you do, and working from home, which is a topic that is quite important nowadays. Let's get started. Let's say that you want to be a concept artist or you are one for some time. You probably have an idea what you want to do in your career now or for the nearest future. You may have an idea where you want to work. It could be an in-house position, it could be a freelance career. It doesn't matter at that point. I want to show you how I dealt with getting the work that I really dream about. I will focus on the mindset and things that personally help me both for in-house and freelance opportunities. Not to be over-optimistic, I will also talk when my method won't work. Example that I will show you is basically how I prepared my portfolio to get to work on Dying Light 2. Please keep in mind that I'm not giving you one-to-one instruction how to be hired by Techland. It's more about the mindset that could help you get the work in the industry. Research. By research, I mean really going into deep what the company you want to work for does. Think of it as you would like to make a huge sculpture. And your portfolio is that sculpture. You need a strong foundation that is metal wires, frames, maybe some strong wooden elements. You need to prepare them before you apply any clay on the top of it. So before you put the first line in your concept, do your homework and try to understand what the company that you're interested in create. First thing that I would like emphasize very strongly is play the latest game that the studio made. It's because of two reasons. First of all, you as a concept artist make visual designs that need to support the gameplay and how it feels. You won't be able to experience that without actually playing the game. So play it. I'm deadly serious about that. Secondly, every game company has a characteristic thing that connects the game design and visuals. For example, an important element of Dying Light games is parkour. So when you think about designing an environment, parkour elements should be readable and clear. If you think about it even further, it has a quite big impact on how you're thinking of designing the surrounding. You won't be able to understand it 100% without playing the game. I know in the artistic community, playing games is often treated as something that pulls you away from leveling up your skills and it's a distraction, but from my experience, it's an important source of knowledge. I also guarantee you that watching walkthrough videos won't do the job. If you're already a fan of their games, you made a big part of your research. Moreover, look for interviews with developers, articles, reviews, forums, fan pages that are connected to the company or projects that you want to work on. If the project that they're working on is already announced, it's quite easy to find those things online. Believe me or not, but before I started to do my portfolio for Techland, I've watched Dying Light 2 reveal trailer for about 50 times, also in slow motion to find old informations and details about the game. I went through every possible YouTube video connected to Dying Light 2. Yeah, dedication is needed. Next thing about the research. Research artists that work for this company. Nowadays, everyone has their own portfolios, for example, on our station, so it's quite easy to find them. If you don't know the names, you can always look at LinkedIn. I don't know how many of you know that, but you can search for the company at LinkedIn and look through all the people that work there. Artists should have linked portfolios in there too. It doesn't work 100% times, but mostly it does. When you will find those portfolios, ask yourself, what's the quality bar that you see there? Because it's the quality that you will be expected to reach. And by quality, I think both about technical skills of art and design skills. Do your ideas are as good as the ones that you see there? You also have to remember one thing. There's a quite big chance that what you see is not exactly the current level of these artists. What I mean by that, as a full-time in-house artist, you don't have that much time for personal work that you can publish online, but at the same time, you develop your skills in the studio. So the quality that they can provide is higher than the one that you see in those portfolios. Also, every studio that I worked in has this awesome ninja guy that doesn't even have a portfolio online, or he has it, but it's really artwork in there. So remember, expectations will be bigger than you think. Your work will be judged in the context of those artists' skills. I want to share with you one resource that I really like. It's dearartdirectortumblr.com. It's a blog that's led by art directors working in publishing in the United States, and they are answering their questions about preparing portfolios, approaching art directors, etc. and it's really good resource of knowledge. Also for artists that want to work in the game industry. Back to doing your portfolio and creating an idea for your pieces. Let's say you know everything about the company you are interested in. You know what's the usual setting for their games, what's the quality bar, you know how they communicate their game to the world, and now you should fill your portfolio with concepts that fit what they do. I hope this one is quite obvious, but I know that young artists don't know that. I was also guilty of sending portfolios applications to companies that completely didn't match with my art. What worked for me was creating unique ideas that give an impression of belonging to the company's IPs, but they aren't a copy of them. It communicates two things to your potential employer. You can give them what they need, and you have an amazing ideas which are an addition to the team. We have to create amazing ideas to inspire and solve problems. Going outside of what you have seen in your research is important because I can guarantee that behind the walls of the company that you want to work with, they already have amazing ideas, amazing concepts, and you will be compared to that. Let me give you an example. It's one of the environment concepts that I created for my portfolio. What I have seen in my research is that Dying Light 2 will be a game about modern Dark Ages, parkour obviously, about fractions, choices and consequences. It will be happening in some European city where people live on the rooftops, and it's action-oriented game. What I wanted to do with my concept is to zoom into this world and show more emotional part of it, where people are trying to find a normal life and how it forces them to change the environment. It's not only about placing objects around the scene, it's also about the mood, colors, and hinting storytelling ideas by placing actual people in here. I also had in mind to design the space that serves parkour needs. This concept is about post-apocalyptic character. This character is a gang leader. I prepared an idea where I wanted to create 3 different variations. I was highly inspired by stories about the most dangerous female gangsters in history. I didn't want to stick to the designs that I saw in the reveal trailer. In terms of dedication and working really hard, I made this additional environment concept that I didn't plan to do in the beginning, but I really wanted to have this job, so I've done something more. Again, I zoomed into the world of Dying Light 2 and presented a roof settlement idea. Also again, thinking about how people would treat the space, what it would be used for, in this case as a garden, and also how it would serve a parkour. Feedback. Talking about looking for feedback, how to work with it, it could be a separate lecture. If you have your artistic peers, you should definitely ask them what they think about your work. But what gives you an advantage is talking to people that actually work or work for the company you're interested in. If you know any, that's good, you're in a perfect spot. If you don't, you could start building your connections. You can obviously go to conferences, which is not that easy nowadays, but you can send an old-fashioned email. For my experience, artists most often write back. If no one is answering you, it's most probably that they don't have time for that. Answering emails is sacrificing their free time on that they can just use for rest or family and friends. Good to remember when asking for feedback, give them a context. You need to tell them directly that you want to work for this company and you look for specific feedback that will help you in that matter. Post your art online. Use social media to your advantage. While I was working on my Dying Light portfolio, I also posted final works as well as work in progress shots in my social media. After that, 2 things happened. I got approached by friends of mine who worked on Dying Light asking, hey, as you're probably doing portfolio for Techland, do you want a feedback? And I was like, sure, give it to me. And thanks to that, I created better pieces. Secondly, my work was noticed by Techland and it got shared on their social media. It gave my work quite a big exposure and become a starting point for my interview later. Also, Dying Light fans' comments under my work just melted my heart. Many of them thought that these are official concepts for the game or even actual pictures from it. After that, I knew I've done my job well. Send it. Send your portfolio. It just drives me crazy to see great artists that don't even try to reach for something because they're afraid. Believe me, the ones that get those jobs are those who tried at least once. Trying things over and over again is also a skill that you should learn. It's the same as for drawing or painting. As I see it, artists in general tend to be really harsh on themselves. Let me give you a story. Last year, I was at one of the industry conferences, and for the first 3 days, we got recruitment sessions, which means that there were a lot of art directors, lead artists, and HR people giving portfolio reviews and looking for artists that they could work with in the future. And there was a friend of mine who is really extremely great in stylized art, and she wanted to talk with this one company. But at the same time, she was like, oh, I don't know if I'm good enough. I don't know if I have everything that it's needed in my portfolio, and so on. What I've done, I took her to the front desk and said, you will sign up, or I will start to scream. As you can imagine, she was more afraid of me screaming than talking to the recruiters, so she signed up. After the session, she came back to me and told that she had an amazing conversation. After months from that event, I can tell you that she had a project under her belt for that company. I don't know if there's a straight link between those two elements, that conversation and this project, but I'm sure it gave her a big confidence boost. So, send it, guys. When my approach won't work. They don't need more concept artists at that moment. Your work needs an improvement. There was someone better. Your email get lost. The best situations that can happen to you are the free ones because you can work with them. You can always look for feedback and improve. Remember, as I was talking about research and feedback, after being declined, you can repeat the process that I just talked about. Maybe you're not ready for the job, and that's fine too. Everything takes time. If you didn't get any response, there is a dead silence after sending your application. I believe writing again after 2 weeks, politely asking if they considered your application is okay. Some companies mark that they will contact only selected candidates, so be aware of that. Income sources. For me, thinking about stabilizing myself as an artist is also thinking about my income. We need to pay bills, but there is also this myth of starving artists that I think blocks a lot of people from pursuing art career. Most of you probably think that these are our possible income sources, which is studio work or freelance work. And it's true for most of the people. In fact, the possibilities look more like this, which is crazy. even 5 years ago, it didn't look that way. I will shortly describe to you what those possibilities are. These are two categories, passive and active income, which could be misleading because every passive income needs work and attention. Also, a good news is that you don't have a big following base online to start earning some money from them. One disclaimer, I'm not paid by any of these sites to talk about them. Society 6, Redbubble, and Print. Basically sites where you can upload your work on different products. It could be shirts, mugs, furniture even. Good side of it is that you don't have to worry about manufacturing products and sending them, but they would keep a bigger part of the product price from themselves. They're also a place where people in general look for something nice to decorate their apartments. Gumroad, ArtStation Marketplace, and different asset stores. These are places where you can sell your digital products, tutorials, brushes, 3D models, 2D assets, photo references, you name it, there are a lot of them. Coffee. I added this one because I love to drink coffee and it's funny. This site is about fans giving you a small donations in the price of a coffee, and that's all. Patreon. It's a platform that gets more and more attention nowadays, and I'm pretty sure that most of you have already heard about it. Here I have two examples of artists' profiles. One is from Randy, and the second one is from Titus. I asked them if I could use them as an example. Randy is sharing his fantasy illustrations and behind the scenes of creating them. Titus, on the other hand, is focusing more on teaching people on this platform. As you can see, it's a subscription-based website where you can access to additional content from a creator. Kickstarter. Another platform that is already known in the industry. It's something that consumes a lot of energy and time because it's made for funding actual products. As far as I know, it works pretty well for board games, but I see artists doing campaigns with art books, pins, prints, and small merchandise. I love supporting artists that I admire, and I've already baked a few art books there, and I'm more than happy to do it that way. But no matter which platform you choose, you need to know every one of them is a work. Good thing is that the platforms that take fee or percentage from your earnings prepare guides about which art sells, how to promote it. They create ready-to-use layouts for promotion posts, etc. But still, it's a work that you have to put in to start earning money from them. Social media. And here comes this black hole called social media, which can be useful to promote what you do and to help promote the income sources that I just talked about. I started to publish my work in social media about 5 years ago. I'm not a marketing specialist and I'm still learning how to use it, but I found it very useful to promote my art and to be in touch with friends, and a lot of them are artists too. I know that some people, especially starting out, focus a lot of promoting themselves online. I did it too, and I just couldn't understand why it's not working well for me. Like, just have a look. Those are my two Twitter posts, one from 2018 and the second one from 2019. There's a quite big difference in terms of numbers. It took some time to figure it out what works for me personally and for the art that I do. It's not only about emojis, putting a lot of hashtags and all that kind of stuff. I want to share something that worked for me. Engage and let the people know you. In the beginning, I treated social media as a portfolio. When I finished a piece, I put it online, used fancy hashtags or not, and waited to blow the internet with it. You know, I spent a lot of time doing this piece. But when I started to engage more with my audience and my artistic friends, it turned out that my art started to gain more attention. What I did was sharing my inspiration. I'm in love with traditional art. There's something about seeing brush strokes on a canvas that makes me excited. Also, giving a space for a viewer to interpret it. I just love it, and every time I see something like that, I share it right away. Sharing my process. Another thing that I figured out by looking at other artists. I was always hungry to see how my heroes make their art. I wanted to learn from them. When I started to share my process, it turned out that I'm not the only one who like VIPs. I started to receive comments saying, thanks for sharing that, so I continued to do so. Do the art that you want to do. That sounds obvious, but when you try to make social media works for you, it's so easy to create things that, in your opinion, will gain followers and not necessarily satisfy your artistic needs. When I started to be more focused about what really makes my heart skips a bit, people eventually started to resonate with it more. There's something about human nature that we see when artists have fun working on the piece. Online events, hashtags. Portfolio Day, Meet the Artist, Inktober, Art Share, Face Your Art. There's a lot. I think it's quite impossible to participate in all of them, especially if you want to have family and social life or just sleep at night. They pop up unexpectedly for me, most of them. All of those artist community events always brings a lot of attention to posts that have these hashtags. When I started to use them more consistently, I definitely gained a new audience. New people started to be interested in my work. I was asked if I sold my prints anywhere, and I also got job offers. That's work too. I won't lie to you that everything will magically happen when you will just start to promote your work on social media. It won't. As any other thing, it makes time to understand it and feel comfortable with it. Yes, some posts can go viral, but there is a reason why a lot of companies have people taking care of their social media as a full-time job. Good to remember. Focus on creating good art first. Most of the time, good art gets more attention. Social media is not your portfolio. It's a place where you can share different things and communicate with people. The third one is really important. Social media and amount of likes don't define if your art is good or not. Please don't let it be that way for you. You can have super successful career without it. Remember when I was talking about those ninja guys? It's that case. Keep it pro. What I mean by that, if you're deciding to use it as a place where you promote your art, keep it that way. I would recommend keeping private and professional profiles separate. Working from home. This is something that most of us are facing nowadays due to the pandemic situation that we are in. It could be challenging if you used to work only from an office. Also, this transition could be even more challenging as you have to keep up with your team that you used to have in the same space. As a concept artist, you are the support to the team. It's not just about doing your task and applying feedback. It doesn't work that way in a studio environment. It's often about designing things on spot. So a clear idea how we can simulate the studio feeling in your home and stay focused is really important. I will share with you some of the things that I learned along the way. Building habits and distractions. That's a lot at once. In the beginning, as I was preparing this lecture, I wanted to talk about each of those aspects separately, but after thinking over it, I decided it cannot be done that way, as they are very connected to each other. Let's start with the most obvious thing. Building habits is hard. It's the same as with learning art and doing sports. And I bet that everyone listening to this knows how hard it can be. When you're forced to leave the house and go to work, it's much easier to stick to habits because you have an external motivation, external impulse to do so. You're hired, you agree to come to the office from Monday to Friday and do your job. But when suddenly you have to switch to working from home, it's not that simple. People are lazy by nature, and if we can sleep this hour longer because it won't change that much, we will do that. We'll end up working an hour longer in the afternoon or even evening and have less time for ourselves. What I would recommend you is having a similar day structure as you would have while going to the studio. Also, to help you with it, I will explain how you could build habits. Your goal will be to build from a scratch a chain of events that will eventually turn into habits. The most important thing is that you have to do it consciously and repeat it. My main goal for home office was to be able to be more focused when I work because being at home makes it harder. Let me give you an example of such chain. Every time I'm out of the focus, mindlessly scrolling through my inbox or internet, I get up, go to the other room, stretch for about a minute, look through the window, go back to my desk, sit, and tell myself, now we have to work. I also have a second similar chain. I get up, go to the kitchen to take water, make tea or coffee, go back to my desk and tell myself, now you have to work, and I'm in the focus. The whole chain took me about 2 to 5 minutes. Keep in mind that I'm still talking about working from home. If you would go to the kitchen in the office, there's like quite big chance that someone will catch you there and talk to you. I won't ever tell anyone to become a robot and don't talk to people at work. But being conscious about how much such chain would take you is important. It also will vary depending if you live alone or not. Time blocking. It's connected to the chain method and it helps me when I'm very tired. I plan my work in intervals, which will look like on this example. I try to be very focused for about 30 minutes and do as much work as I can within this time frame. Then let myself be distracted for about 2 minutes. I can scroll through the internet, for example, and then again, for 30 minutes, I'm focused 100%. It's like giving a treat to your brain, telling it that after this 30 minutes, it will get what it wants. And it's never work. It's always about distractions. Preparing the workspace. It's a very personal thing, but what turned great for me and helped me to be more focused is to have the least possible amount of objects on my desk. If there's anything that lays on it for longer than like 2 days, I'm not using it, I would put that one away. Simple as that. Communication. It's a very challenging thing to be in touch with your team the same way as you would be in the studio. What works for me is to use every possible communication tool that I have. Quite important for me are calls. When I have a live conversation with people, it's often much faster to just call someone rather than writing an email or a message. Also, group calls work pretty well and they help to keep studio meeting structure. Inbox Zero. It's a method that I learned last year and it works pretty well for me. It's about organizing mailboxes so you won't be overflowed with half of unread emails mixed in terms of priorities. I'm not sure if it would work for managers and leading positions because they get even more emails, but it depends. It works that way. You have separated folders in your mailbox, for example, for feedback, HR informations, workshops, basically whatever you like and what matches your needs. And besides of that folders, you don't use filters. You have to move every email to them manually. Sounds scary, right? I was scared in the beginning too. The goal is to have zero emails in your inbox by the end of the day. First, it forces you not to postpone it and be up to date with everything that comes in. It also forces you to plan the time specifically for cleaning it. Of course, if you have emails that you have to answer on spot, do it. Remember that you are part of the studio team. Secondly, it often turned out that it doesn't take as much time as we thought it would take, and I'm working a lot. Some days are more intense than the others, and I don't always stick to my no email by the end of the day rule. So I decided to make an addition to it to have a clean inbox by the end of every Friday. When I started to use Inbox Zero method, I started to have the most organized mailbox ever. Separating work from your free time. It's important to set a line between the time you spend in front of your computer working and your free time. It's easy to mess it up when you work from home. Besides of having a workday structure as you would normally have in a studio, it's good to have a break from the computer when you finish working that day. Turning it off for an hour works quite well for me. After hours, sometimes I want to work on my private pieces or prepare a lecture, but I don't just jump right into it, so I have this time gap between work and the free time. It helps me to separate those aspects and simulate the time that I usually would use for going from the studio back home. Repeat. Simple as that. It's just about building habits and it takes time. To summarize everything that I talk about today, I want to leave you with this one sentence. Think outside the box, but remember what's already inside. If you want this one specific job, think what you can do more to get it, but also look for the informations that are already there. If you think about your income sources, maybe there are places not strictly designed for artists, but ones that will help you expand possibilities. At the same time, observe what other artists do. If you're challenged by working from home situation, maybe there are different methods that other industries have already figured out. And thank you. If you want to know more about my work or contact me, here's my email and my portfolio. I'm also active on social media, and you can look for Kafi's art to find me. Thank you again, and see you next time.
I'm here to tell you, number one, that most of you say you want to be successful, but you don't want it bad. You just kind of want it. You don't want it badder than you want to party. You don't want it as much as you want to be cool. Most of you don't want success as much as you want to sleep. Some of you love sleep more than you love success. And I'm here to tell you today, if you're going to be successful, you've got to be willing to give up sleep.
It's been absolutely amazing and spectacular.
Hi.
Hey, what's up, guys? I'm Max Berman.
I'm sorry, Zaragoza from Mexico.
So IFCC is pretty much the best thing you can do if you want to meet crazy people, also clueless people.
A super charming, intimate conference.
But it would have been nice to have a schedule. That would have been good.
IFCC was pretty awesome, even if I didn't saw that much.
It's been an absolute blast at the spectacular IFCC.
Because I was drinking all week.
Everyone gathers together and breaks bread together.
It's mixing students and professionals and everyone is kind of equal, which is really nice.
See all the people is like feeling like coming back home.
And drinks together.
It was amazing party, like 7 days in a row.
And problem solve together.
City is amazing, weather is amazing.
And share knowledge.
And women's.
So, if you have any free time and you want to learn the ins and outs of the industry,
and just witness incredible artwork and inspirational talks.
And just be creative.
this is where you need to be, and it's at IFCC.
It's unlike anything else out there.
Amazing. You should be here.
I hope I can come back and like every single year and just have fun.
So I don't know what to say. This place is fucking awesome.
Yeah.
But also be prepared because you're gonna have a good time.
So I will see you next year.
Can we try it again, please?
Okay. No, nice. I think just stay here.
Thank you.
close this talk with very talented young Vietnamese artist Mike Kenji. We had a lot of problems with the connection, and I really hope that this won't affect your experience in a bad way, because Mike is really talented and a smart young person, and I hope that soon we'll see more and more of her work. And yeah, enjoy. Okay, we're recording, so welcome back to the IFCC 2020 program, and this time with us is Mike Kenji from Vietnam, a person with real unique drawing style, something that you recognize from miles away. I'm a big fan. I really like the looseness of the lines in the drawing, and all the topics, especially for this personal projects. And yeah, before I continue blabbering, I will ask Mike to introduce herself.
Hello. So I'm Mike. I'm a Vietnamese concept artist. Right now, doing freelance and mostly focus on my personal work and education.
Okay, so can you tell us a bit about your background? How old are you, if I can ask that, and when did you start doing art, and that kind of
Well, I just turned 20 yesterday.
Mm-hmm.
It was my birthday.
Happy birthday for the second time.
Thank you. So just like other people, I have been drawing since I was a kid. My parents didn't support me. Like any parent, they want me to become an engineer or a lawyer or doctor or something. So art is something like a unstable career. They didn't support it, but it didn't stop me at all. Yeah. So back then I had no digital device. I had no access to internet until I get into third year of high school. But yeah, back then it wasn't any internet for me. So I mainly learned from reading comic books and watching movie and reading magazine too. So yeah, that kind of feels like I have unique love for comic and some things like that. But then like many years later, I realized that the comic industry is not a thing in my country, and it's impossible to make a living out of it. And then I decided to switch to concept art and do game art. So in 2018, I applied to a local fine art university in my city. I got accepted at the same time that I got my first job in a local studio named 80%. I worked there as concept artist. So during my first year, I really struggled to maintain both work and school. And then I realized that I couldn't handle two things at the same time, and I had to make a decision that I have to cut off one of them. And then I quit my job in the middle of 2019, continue on my study. Right now I'm doing freelance, mostly focused on my education and doing my personal project.
It happens that sometimes parents just don't support the decision of their children to become artists, and I do understand the concern they might have, especially if in the country where the person lives, art is not considered a very profitable job.
Yeah.
But then again, it's kind of hard for the young individual, to just give up on something that he or she like really wants to do.
Yeah, I do understand my parent concern, but I later realized that I think that I can't do anything beside art because I'm not good at anything. So it's kind of like a only option.
Yeah. Well, I mean, it would be great if your parents could see your vision of your future with your eyes, or for example, with my eyes when I'm looking at your work, because you're only 20 and all your drawings clearly show that there are like years and years of practice behind it, because it's like, I mean, you can see it in the lines. You have like really good feeling for the proportion of human body, all the draperies and everything that is involved in your designs. Also, you're very creative when it comes to your own concepts. Is this part of a bigger world? Is this just elements you like to repeat, or what's the story behind that?
There's a character. If you see a character with a pointy hat and look like a boy with a really long coat, and that's a character for my personal project. I don't think that I heavily aim for publishing an art book. I just want to make it and publish it. That right now, just that simple.
Cool. And this would be like a type of a comic book, or more as an illustrated story novel?
It would be both illustration and concept art. I don't think I will make it into a comic. It's too complicated. But yeah, there will be illustration, there will be design, and there will be like something like a breakdown for all this design there. Kind of like concept art. Oh, I still want to do comic book for a living. Like, I think 2 years ago, 2 or 3 years ago, I almost gave up on that dream because I didn't think that I had much motivation to fulfill it. And I thought that, oh, okay, doing game art or concept art might be easier to keep on track. But after a while working in a studio, I burned out so much. Yeah, I really burned out, and I lost motivation to do art. And at that time, I kind of questioned myself that why do I even do art? Why do I even keep drawing?
What was the most challenging thing when working there? Was it the amount of work, or the topics, or what was bothering you the most?
I think the main reason was I wasn't really ready to get a job. So, like, I wasn't mentally ready for that job. Like, I think it's okay if you haven't figured out a solution for your problem. Yeah, you can do it later, but when you are not mentally ready, you don't see yourself in the state that you want to solve it. You kind of just want to run away from it. You kind of just want to finish it bare minimum, so you can go home and you can take a rest. So that's where problem comes from, and I see that I wasn't professional. I was kind of like see the job as a experiment, and job isn't an experiment. That's my mistake.
So, yeah, tell me about Vietnam and the art scene there.
So I have a group of Vietnamese artists. It's not so big. I think it's like 10 people. Yeah, 10 people. But I don't hang out with so many people because the industry in here is kind of different to the thing that I usually do. So people mindset here is quite different to my mindset. Most of the job in here is doing UX, UI, making VFX, something like that. We don't have much concept job in here. Illustration we do have, but yeah, mostly just do some really, really dry industrial job.
Cool. I mean, not cool for you, I think, but
not cool for me. Yeah.
But cool as an information that you're providing. And I guess that such companies probably develop, I don't know, software of their own, or they're like outsourced by some Western clients. I know.
Yeah,
I
Chinese
know,
client too.
Chinese. Are you thinking about moving from your country, or you would wish to stay there and just push your vision?
Okay, it's quite an interesting question because I have been thinking about it. I think that if I had a chance and money, of course, I would go abroad. I would go to a Western company to learn about the market and how the industry works. And also make friends with people, get into the art community, kind of like a gaining experience. But if I don't have that opportunity, I would just do freelance and staying here near to my parents because they are old now. But if you ask me which one I prefer, I actually prefer to stay here. Changing is kind of difficult.
Well, I think that, I mean, I think it's totally okay, and I think it's even possible. And what you said earlier, in your case, because of the quality that's like really obvious, I really doubt that it could end in any other way than a success. But you have, of course, have to stick to it, and continue working and posting your stuff. But I think also this would probably be the ideal scenario when where you can just stay.
Yeah, but I don't mind if I have to make a move. Yeah, I don't
course.
mind going abroad. Yeah.
Of course. Yeah, I already see, in the future, maybe by looking how some of your works might develop, I think studios like maybe Six More Vodka, or actually they're the only ones that pop on my mind because of your like really good drawing skills, and knowing how old are you, they will get even better. So I think that they would definitely be sometimes in the future, that they would definitely be interested in reviewing your portfolio. But there are of course other studios there as well. So is there anything on your mind that you would like to share with us? Do you have, any questions of your own? So I don't have to interrogate you like a police officer. So.
Okay, so I have prepared some content today.
Okay.
Okay, I will start sharing now. So today I'm gonna talk about learning and how to learn properly. I mean, everybody have their own unique way to learn, but I would focus on the mental aspect. Like how can you the way you think and the way you kind of inspire yourself to learn and to do something quite important. And now I'm gonna talk about it. So I realized that back in my childhood, I didn't have internet, so I didn't have a chance to watch tutorial like a lot of youngsters doing right to nowadays. But yeah, I'm a youngster too. But yeah, I didn't have any tutorial. I didn't have any like a guy or something, and I could only learn from reading comic, watching movie, playing games, observing other people work. So observation soon became a habit and kind of like a method for learning. However, I realized that I only visibly improve by learning fundamental and taking class in university. So observation is a must, but is it shouldn't be the only thing in your art journey. You have to learn foundation. You have to make sure that you have the knowledge, like a real knowledge. And the most important thing about learning that I believe it, you have to do it every day, and you have to do it willingly. You can study, you can do homework, you can draw whatever you want, but you gotta make it. You gotta make it into a daily task. If you are busy, you can schedule it to 1 hour to 2 hours a day, but you gotta make it. You gotta make it daily, because when you draw, you don't only draw with your brain, but you also draw with your hand. So make sure to contribute to your muscle memory. Yeah, I do it all the time, and I feel it's kind of effective. And the one thing, this one, I really want to talk about this. So I have seen that a lot of people believe that if you want to achieve something, you have to put yourself into a constant struggle, and you have to face a challenge. You have to do what you don't want to do, or you do not want to kind of deal with it. And even when you do it, you don't have you don't you must not think about enjoyment, which I think this kind of mindset is quite toxic and it's not true, because it's not about going through hardship and expected to pay you good result. It's all about how you prepare yourself to deal with difficulty, because there will always be challenge and you will be challenged like from time to time. You can't just kind of like abuse yourself, hope it would take you to somewhere, because it won't take you to anywhere. Kind of destroy you from the inside. I had the experience while working in 80% the studio that I used to work last year. I didn't enjoy the work there. However, I think I had strong belief that I could make it, because I'm young, I'm full of energy, and there's no way I get burned out. But eventually, I still got burned out. If you force yourself too hard and you reward yourself nothing, it would kind of like a punishment rather than a exercise or practice. So that's everything I want to say.
Cool. So I'll tell you one thing. If this art career, this drawing career won't work for you, you can always write nice books. I mean, it's like this was like very well written, so you don't have to worry at all. Thank you, thank you. So, did you ever have had the experience when someone wanted to take an advantage of your work?
Well, there are a lot of scenarios that people want to take advantage on you. Something like they will ask you for discounts. They might ask you for a sketch before they send you money. And because I do freelance, I would say that it's better to charge like a half of the price, or even the whole price before you send them something. Yeah, you can send them like a really blurry sketch to make sure that you still work for them, that you are not running away. But gotta make sure that money comes into your pocket. If you send something to them too soon or too early, they will just have run away. And one thing that I realized that there's a case that people ask you to like commission you to do something, and when you send them a sketch, they will take that sketch, run to the other artists, commission them with lower price. So in that case, we kind of can't do anything.
I love to talk. Actually, I don't like to talk too much about money and hearing how someone tricked
Yeah,
an
I
artist.
don't like either.
I wanted to ask you if you have any affinities towards teaching. So, for example, can you imagine sometimes in the future that you'll become an art teacher and maybe do that professionally?
Honestly, I don't think I see myself in a position of a teacher, but yeah, it's still possible for me to be an influencer because I mostly talk about mental health and the way we think about art, the way we do, rather than we actually do it. Yeah, teaching people is hard. I don't think I'm that good.
I mean, this is also one of the questions that's maybe too early to ask you because I noticed that many of your colleagues, decide to teach once they're a bit tired of doing art. Because it's sometimes it is a repetitive process, especially if you're working for a company which constantly produces same type of content, and if you're working there like for 5, 10 years, 15 years, then at some point you probably say, okay, I had enough, and I see that I have a lot of followers who are asking me, how to do this and how to do that, and maybe I should, think about, becoming a art teacher rather than artist. But anyway, I'm changing the topics. So, yeah. I'm not the best possible host for this kind of conversation, but at the moment I'm the only one we got. Okay, that's. I think that we have covered actually like a lot of it. Uh, do you have anything to add, or I mean, is there anything you would like to ask me or anyone else? You can ask me, and then I can ask others.
So I can make question.
Of course.
Okay. So I really wonder the phrase that do what you love. So do what you love. What does that mean? I mean, I have my own explanation, but I want to hear from other people because it's quite.
Is that the one? Do what you love, and then you won't work a day in your life.
No, just the phrase "do what you love." Like, how can you define that? Like, what is the thing to you that you think you love, and what's the thing you think you can do it forever?
For me personally, at the younger age, that would be definitely doing art. My own things that I like to do, like from my head, drawings and paintings, and some graffiti and street art. But later on, my priorities kind of changed, and then I realized that I actually enjoy doing other things as well, and because everything related to doing art was about constantly improving my own skills so I can become better and either better than the guy next to me or better than myself. And at some point I realized that this is not important to me anymore, because I realized I can spend my time doing more important things, that can affect lives of others. So, and I think this may be even greater value when you can affect other people's life in a positive way, by either helping them or doing something with them together, and then
fantastic.
you as a group helping like a group of other people. And but it's also has a lot to do with the it depends a lot of finances. How well will you do that, because it's really hard without any investment. So sometimes the hard work is not enough, so I'm like halfway satisfied with what I did so far.
I'm glad for you.
And what's your answer?
So this is kind of like a whole topic. Okay. So when people tell me that do what you love, and it kind of like want to question back to them, like, what's the thing you love? Like, what does that mean? Like, you only do what you love, or you love the process that you're doing one certain thing. Which one? And it's not clear enough. And from my point of view, I think that doing what you love is actually having a process that you feel comfortable and feel relaxing. Maybe a bit less challenging if it's not relaxing. But yeah, when you encounter something new that you have so little experience, or you haven't know it yet, but you have the process there, and you know where to start, like you know what to do, like where to start, how to brainstorm, how to collect idea, how to gather reference, how to combine it into one finished piece. And it feels a lot easier rather than just running around and trying to figure out separate part. For me, I don't really have experience doing illustration. Illustration is not my thing, but when I do it, I had a lot of problem with it. Like, I have to make a finished piece, and it's quite big. Right now, what I should do, and I should first go to Pinterest, and I should gather as much as reference as I can, and then put them into a category, and then make sketch, really rough sketch, first sketch, second sketch, third sketches, and then I will sketch for the final piece, like a composition, put everything in perspective and something like that. If I don't have this kind of process, I will be like constantly panic. So because we can control the subject we work on, but we can only create a process that we feel like we are ready to do everything. It's kind of gain you a kind of confidence.
You there?
Yeah.
Yeah, you're. No,
Sorry.
I'm trying to figure out if you're like lost again or not. Okay. So, what else can we talk about?
Oh, we still have time.
I mean, we don't have to, but I wouldn't want to miss a chance to ask you something that might be interesting.
Oh, feel free to do it. I love answering.
To cover. Have you ever tried doing some like different sort of art? For example, maybe something on a larger scale, like murals or something which is totally not related to any kind of digital expression and more towards the traditional approach?
Oh. Well, I love oil painting because I have oil painting class in university, and I really enjoy that. Besides the fact that it helped me a lot with digital painting, I feel that when you do an oil painting, those kind of texture and pattern that you put the oil paint on a canvas, it feels so refreshing that you don't have the undo button. So you when you kind of like mess things up, you have to do it again, and when you do it again, it's kind of like doing a new move. So people call that happy accident, and I like happy accident. And when I have free time, a lot of free time, which I don't have right now, I will do oil painting and poster painting. I really love that. And also pencil sketches.
Oh, I've
I
seen
will,
you do this a lot.
yeah.
Yeah. So,
And I really love doing comic traditionally. Like nowadays, people do it on computer, and I find it
what does
really
what does the traditional approach involve?
something like when you do traditional comic, you have to do a name. It's kind of like a draft, first, where where you decide the panel, the conversation bubble, and the position of the character. Then when you have that draft, you will jump into the final the final manuscript, where you have to first use pencil to sketch it, and then you will ink it with ink pen, and then you have to add effect, texture. That's a lot of work, but that's what make comic look so alive compared to digital comic nowadays. Like people just do it on computer. The brushstroke feels so lifeless. I enjoy the happy accident, and when people try to cover their mistake, there's another charm in there. But yeah, it's really it's not so common to people to see it, because it's only for me. It's only artistic to me.
Who is the best comic artist for you? That's such a stupid question, but I really, because it's an introduction to a totally different, totally new chapter of this conversation. Or at least like who's your at the moment favorite comic?
I have two big. I have two biggest inspiration in my life. One is Tezuka Osamu. He was really famous, like a godfather of Japanese comic. And the second is Hiromu Arakawa. She is the author of the comic called Fullmetal Alchemist. And I really appreciate the sense of these two sensei. Like they bring me a lot of like a lesson or a view of this world through their comic. Like for Tezuka, his comic was really simple. It looked so simple, like a cartoon, but it's so delicate. It's so delicate that when I want to kind of imitate his work, I fail miserably. And I realized that it will take like a years and years of training to get to this level. And his sense, I also appreciate his sense of humor, the way he put in his comic. It's it's like so charming. Like his humor appeared to not to be the main subject, but it's still there. It will always be there, and it will cheer you up when you read through that. And he also introduced a lot of lesson about life and lesson about the way this world work and the way we think, and yeah, something like that.
I think that it's really obvious. I mean, okay, now I know that you're influenced by comics, so I can pretend I'm smart, but because there are a lot of storytelling in your sketches, let's call them sketches, and I guess, I mean, either it's influenced by comics or comics were a natural companion of yours for your art development. And what I mean, you have mentioned the authors. Can you mention maybe some titles that we should look into when it comes to like really good storytelling?
Oh, okay. Let me see. So we have Full Metal Alchemist. Like I believe that a lot of people know this manga because it's so famous. The second is Silver Spoon, that comes from the same author. It's mostly about the life of the farm life, and from the perspective of a student that's not from a farm, and all kind of lesson about life, about agriculture, about animal and people there. Like their love for animal, and but they still have to kind of racist for economical reason. But yeah, I really love that comic. I have been reading it for a few days. But right now I don't read much. I'm too busy and I don't read much, so I don't have any name, any other name.
Okay. I don't think that we have anything left to know. There's not anything left to discuss.
Oh,
What?
not really for discussion, but I really want to say that I want to thanks for IFCC, all the staff, and especially you, Marco, for giving me this opportunity to be here today. And that's all I want to say.
Regarding that, first of all, thank you for appreciating it. And the thing is, one thing that's very important for me is to push, emerging artists, young artists, and especially when I notice that such individuals might be, struggling, because not everyone has same, opportunities in life, environment, and so on. And for us as a festival, it doesn't cost us anything to, help someone, to be seen. And I think because you already have so much knowledge, and I think like in 10 years from now, you would definitely influence others who are now younger than you, but who will then be starting maybe as an artist. And so I think it's just a good thing to support each other, so yeah, this is like a long version of saying thank you for what you said previously. Yes, I wish you a lot of luck, and hope to talk soon. And I'll stop recording now, but we can continue talking. Bye, everyone.
tell you, number one, that most of you say you want to be successful, but you don't want it bad. You just kind of want it. You don't want it badder than you want to party. You don't want it as much as you want to be cool. Most of you don't want success as much as you want to sleep. Some of you love sleep more than you love success. And I'm here to tell you today, if you're going to be successful, you've got to be willing to give up sleep.
Hey guys, hope you guys are having a great day. Welcome to IFCC Online. My name is Johnson. Today I'm gonna share a bit about my concept design process. Usually how I come up with concept, how do I research, and how do I apply them into my designs. So it's gonna be more like a lecture instead of a demo because you can find me doing demos of paintings from start to finish on my YouTube channel. So that's why I want to make this a lecture instead, so I can narrate a bit about my thought process when creating stuff like that, and my way of studying various references and how do I apply them into my designs. So yeah, it's gonna be an hour, so I can't do a demo from start to finish anyway. So like 1 hour is definitely not enough at all. So I'm just gonna jump right into this one and start right away. So, yep, here's a mandatory introduction, I guess. My name is Johnson, and I'm a professional concept artist in the industry for the past 8 years now. I have worked with companies like Bandai Namco, Bungie, Square Enix, and NCSoft, on titles such as Destiny 2, Gears of War, Mortal Kombat, and yeah, the Call of Duty series, and yeah, a bunch of stuff that haven't been announced yet. So yeah, that's pretty much it. I'm just gonna skip right through it and just start the lecture right away because we don't have a lot of time. So yeah, usually on how I approach concept designs, when I do concept art, the one thing I would spend a lot of time on is definitely on the research area of it, and then I will apply the knowledge from that research into the design. So again, this is purely my way of doing this. It doesn't mean that this is the only way of doing this. So this is just me sharing my own thought process, when I'm designing stuff like that. And I think this is pretty much for me the very essential thing about coming out with a convincing design is that we have to put in a lot of research. And even when I teach concept art at schools, I ask students not to uh, look over the fact that just spend, let's say, 10 to 20% of your creation process on the research, and that it will reflect on your design afterwards. So that's why I emphasize a bit on research. And just an example, so what I mean by research, so I'm gonna give a few examples this year, so it's much more easier to uh, uh, bring my message across. When I'm gonna be doing demos about designing a character, and then another short one about weapons, and yeah, that should be what I'm gonna be talking about in this 1 hour session. So I have an example right here, which is a I'm currently recording a Tesla Trooper design video for my YouTube channel, so I figured it'd be a good way to share that thought process as well to you guys. So let me just uh, close all this for a second. And yeah. Okay, so let's say now we're tasked with designing a Tesla Trooper. So usually what I would do is that I would research, brainstorm, a lot of ideas, what I can do and what I want to avoid. So it's pretty much like a checklist for me to list down a mental note, like what I want to avoid and what I want to do. So for example, like if I'm were to design a Tesla Trooper, so the first thing I would do is to write down keywords of it. So what I think of when I'm designing a Tesla Trooper. So from the word alone, I analyze it and just type in, write down stuff that comes to mind right away. So when I see the word Tesla, for example, so I think of words like electricity, transistors, prototype, meaning that it's a very raw experimental look to it, and of course Tesla coils from the word Tesla, and then of course it leads to lightning, and then sparks, and then wires and cables, and maybe batteries, and then copper. Some of the wires, copper wires and stuff. It's mechanical, complex, protective gear. Hazard suits, and then it leads to words like railgun. So does this are this all these are just words that comes to mind when I'm reading Tesla Trooper. Things that comes to mind right away. I just write it down. So let's say if I were to analyze the word a trooper as well, what's the first thing that comes to mind? Is that it's a soldier, maybe a heavy weapons division, and from like a light machine gun, maybe a minigun, a grenade launcher. It doesn't matter what it is. It's just what comes to mind when you're looking at words like this. Military, tactical, and I'm just gonna put all of this here. So all these are just words that I think of when I'm analyzing all this. So from Testa Trooper, this whole sentence together. So of course the first thing I think of is Rally 2, the iconic red color team. It's Soviet, it's heavy, it feels slow from the Cold War. It's unpredictable because it's sort of like this. The words right here. It's experimental, prototypish, dangerous, exaggerated because it's so cheesy. The whole Red Alert series is so cheesy and so old school, so ridiculous. So these are all the things that comes to mind. Of course, the way you define this might be different from how I define this because everyone has a different mindset, and we all have our own own sets of memory. So you have stuff that like maybe you have words right here that means different things to you. Maybe when you see the word Tesla Trooper, you think of something else other than this. So this is what I think of when I see Tesla Trooper. So this is also why all of us concept artists we have our own thoughts and opinions of stuff, and it's really cool. That's why we have our own interpretation of concepts. So this is why I think that concept art is definitely very subjective when it comes to the definition of design, and I think this is what makes it interesting as well. So yeah, so this is just one of the steps I would take. So sometimes you get briefs that are more detailed than this. Sometimes you have briefs that already specify what sort of artworks it has. I mean the art style, and then you have to follow that art style, or like the let's say this character is very well fleshed out, written out, so you have a very clear direction. So but then it's still the same thing. I will still just go and do my own research according to the brief given. So in this case, is that let's say if I only have this word Tesla Trooper, and then how do I proceed with this concept? So this is one of the ways I would do it. So yeah, let's say we are settled down on all these keywords we have. We're happy with it. So we start to build like a mental note of the image we have in our head. So I will start to look for references that are close to that mental image I have in my head, and according to these keywords I have. So this is roughly how it looks like. I usually have to spend a long time finding for images and building up folders. Sometimes it takes a day as well. If I have a week to design a character, I will spend roughly a day on it, on researching, and there are tons of references. So even for this Tesla Trooper one, I have like almost I guess 100. This is just a part of it. Almost 100 references in the folder. A lot of high-res images, a lot of high-res stock photos. And oh yeah, and by the way, I get a lot of questions on where do I get images as well. I usually find them on Google if it's not something that's very that doesn't play a big part of the painting. So let's say if I use this as a base, so of course I need it in high res, and sometimes Google doesn't have that, and they have copyright problems as well. So for in cases like this, I buy a lot of stock photos as well on Shutterstock, on concept art, photobash.org, 123stock, canstock.com, 123RF. So all those stock photos site, I usually buy tons of photos from them. So high resolution photos like this, I buy them online. Yeah, so I would strongly encourage that if you're constantly working with photos, just whenever you see a pack that you like, just buy it right away. Okay, so yeah, so these are all the images I got from the keywords, and then some. So it's sort of like an extended keyword thing. So maybe when I'm looking for, when I define soldier, it remind me of a fighter pilot. Then I start finding photos of the helmet, the uniform for a pilot, and then it sort of leads me to finding references on the fighter jet itself as well. The cockpit, the jet itself, the outer shell of it, and then the way uh, the material it has. So it sort of like leads to one another when you start researching, which is sort of the cool stuff I like to do as well, because it can come out with very unexpected results and could lead to a very interesting concept, you know. So in this case, you know, when I think of Tesla Trooper, these are the stuff that I think of. And in my research, you know, it's a sort of like a Soviet era theme character. So I want to add a bit more of the USSR, you know, the old Soviet theme, like the cosmonaut. I think it's pretty cool. You know, I like using spacesuit as a basis for a lot of the character designs I have. It's merely a personal preference thing, because you know, I think that a spacesuit is one of the most advanced thing, the advanced suit we have right now. So definitely tech wise, if you're designing something futuristic, it will apply as well, because it's pretty futuristic itself, and there's a lot of cool materials used on spacesuits, so that's why I like to use that. And yeah, so you know, I wanted to introduce essence of that in the concept as well, and then stuff like a bomb squad suit, because it's so heavy looking, so clunky, you know, like the original Tesla Trooper look to it. And then I want to apply it to the character itself. So you know, I want the chunky look to it. You know, this neck brace, this whole goggle, the protective gears it has on the bomb squad suit, and then a military look to it. You know, all this crazy strong looking guys based on the keywords as well. And then you know, stuff on the Tesla part of it, Tesla word of it. So you know, experimental stuff, or this cool mechanical stuff. This is a railgun by General Atomics, and then some I don't know what's this. So it's something very cool looking that I like. Hadron Collider, you know, NASA space shuttle, a smaller scale Tesla coil. I'm not sure what's this, but this is a battery, and then wires, some small Tesla guns. So all this stuff is gonna be useful when I'm concepting the character later on, and a lot of all this military stuff. This is a really cool image that I like. I think it has, it just looks pretty cool, you know, with the weapon firing and stuff. I think this vibe is pretty cool, and it can be translated into the concept as well. You know, heavy machinery on cruise ships, as in battleships, and you know, anti-air gun, and what has already been done. So these are the original designs. This is from the Red Alert 2, and then Red Alert 3, and then a replica of it. So this is just a guide for me to see what's already been done, and sort of like maybe there are some elements I would like to keep, like an iconic element of a Tesla Trooper, you know, a big heavy top with one Tesla gun at one hand. You know, this is the vibe I want to translate into the concept as well. So this is one of the things, like the process I'm at right now with this character concept. So it's not a lot. I just spent like half an hour to 1 hour on this one. So it's sort of like a cooking show thing where I prepared this beforehand. So let me just show you what I use. There's not much painting right here yet, because it's just about bashing everything in together. So let me just remove the layer one by one to show you the base of it. So I use, for the head, this is sort of like a radar detection module on fighter jets. So I like the cool texture of it, and then how chunky it is, you know, with all its pipings, and you know, the hard shell casing. It kind of matches what I have for the references. So that's why I think it's pretty cool if I can utilize that. So I want this to be the head, and I sort of like deform it a little bit, you know, do some liquefying. And then this is the neck brace from the bomb squad suit, this one. So add it in, and then this is from a helmet, from a cosmonaut helmet. This is pretty cool. These are some elements I could use as well. All these hinges and all these valves. And yeah, this is another reference I will use later on. And then so this is from an astronaut suit as well. This is from a hand from reference, an astronaut suit. So I just place it in right now as a placeholder on just to get a rough shape going on. And then this is from two of the references I have, which is this thing and this one. And then I just kind of sort of mash it together and then just put it here as a placeholder first. And the base itself is just this guy with a machine gun and a backpack that has an ammunition chute connecting to the machine gun. So this is just the base of it. I just really like the vibe here, so that's why I want to use this as a base. So yeah, that's pretty much it. Not much drawing yet. It's just me throwing photos in and trying to figure out stuff. So this is the stage that I'm gonna do the demo a little bit, just to show you guys how I explore designs. So yeah, so usually if I start photo bashing, of course this is the sketching phase of it. Literally just throw in all these reference photos and place it in, and sort of thinking the design along the way. So it's not randomly placed at all. It's just I have some ideas in my mind on how I want this to look like. So I know that I want to connect, let's say, a piping from the from this part, out, because this is what the original design has, and I want to keep that. And then I want to give it a heavy backpack, so it's like a there's a battery pack behind it. And then the wire goes into the textile weapon. And the overall shape and material I want to use is sort of like a bit of a fabric hazard suit material. So it's not metal like this. I mean, I think it's for this design I want to do something that's more that utilizes more fabric, because this for me seems a bit dangerous as well, because everything is in metal, and he's using electricity. I don't think that's a very good idea. So to use metal is quite dangerous, but of course that's the point of it. It's pretty cool looking, it's iconic, and people recognize this Tesla Trooper as this. So I just gonna do like a different take on it. And yep, so let's see, some red. So I'm not gonna be able to finish this whole thing. It's just to show you guys a bit of the designing process. So this is from a spacesuit as well. This part right here. This is from, I believe, yeah, from this reference. One of the stock photos that I bought. So I just like all this metallic stuff going on. I think it would match pretty well to what I want to do. So just to clean it out a little bit. So it's gonna be super rough, everything here. So I hope you guys don't mind. And I'll get this tube right here. It's much more easier to do a demo instead of a lecture, especially pre-recorded ones. I always prefer doing live demos and lecture instead of a pre-recorded one. If you guys haven't noticed, this is a pre-recorded video. And I think I should lower it a bit. And let's see, how can I connect a tube? I like this detail here. I'm gonna try to use it. This valve. So when I'm designing this, it sort of reminds me of those diving suits as well. Those really heavy steampunk diving suit. So maybe I can look for references of a diving suit and see if I can introduce elements of a diving suit into this as well. It might be cool. So when I'm designing, all these things are going around in my mind as well. So I'm constantly thinking about the design, what I can do, what would be interesting. Let me introduce some Russian green into it. Okay, this as well. So again, this is not gonna be very clean. It's gonna be quite messy, due to the time constraints we have. And there are some more stuff that I want to share about. So it's definitely gonna not be a complete design. Let me see, where's the other helmet? Okay. I want to see if I can add the pipes in as well. I don't like how it shrinks like this here, so I'm gonna edit that a little bit. And also, one of the misconceptions about photo bashing is that a lot of people tend to be constrained by the photo itself, like they're afraid to change it. So it's sort of like you're being controlled by the photo instead of you controlling the photo itself, which is that's the point of a photo bash. You're supposed to be using it to support your design, not the other way around. So that's why if you're using photos, just don't be afraid to edit, to modify, to change everything. Okay, and this is one of my favorite things to use. This is sort of like a locking mechanism for spacesuits on the EVA suit and the NASA spacesuit. I really think this is pretty cool. Sort of like a vacuum seal in different parts of the body. It's very cool looking, sci-fi, raw, mechanical looking. So that's why I always use this in a lot of my designs. This is a personal preference thing. Just gonna remove the red first. Gonna add it back in later on. And just paint away all this. Oh, about the software, this is just Photoshop CC. I think the latest version of it. And brushes, default Photoshop brushes, default round brush. Nothing really special about it. Especially when we're coming at concepts, the brush, as in the sketching phase, the brush doesn't really matter that much when I'm doing it like this. I sort of want to blend the hand together with the weapon, so I'm gonna see how am I gonna do that later on. So I'm probably not gonna show a lot of the hand here anyway, so I'm just gonna cover it for now. Because in the original concept, the hand is sort of blended in. The hand and the weapon are one, so I'll see if I can keep that design. So one of the ideas I have for this Tesla weapon right here is that it's sort of like a minigun. And let me get the reference I have. So I want to try to see if I can put that minigun in, like sort of this part of a minigun because it's so mechanical looking. It's pretty cool. And then because I like the way you hold the gun, you hold a minigun. It's really badass, and then it sort of makes sense as well because it's such a heavy gun. So I want to see if I can make it translate well into this image. I'm gonna sort of merge these two things together. I gotta keep an eye on the time as well. So if there are any, like, you notice any cuts in my dialogue, it's probably me editing the video to match the 1 hour time slot. Apologies for that in advance. And yep, here we go. I sort of like the color of the metal, the ammunition chute here. So I'm gonna see if I can bring that back a little bit. The copper bronze look. Okay, maybe not so much here. I don't want the wires here. Probably want to end the ammunition chute here as well. And I wanted this to extend all the way to the backpack, but I don't want it to be like an exposed a metal thing. So I wanna make it look like it's wrapped, something like this. This is an ammo chute cover. This is much suitable for this. Okay. Again, I can't go into like very refined details, so it's gonna be pretty rough in places. It's just me trying to get the message across, the concept of it. So I'm not gonna be very refined in terms of the finishing. So roughly this is what I imagine how it connects. And the backpack, I want it to look chunky and big and heavy. So I want to put in some mechanical parts into it. Let's see what I have. This is pretty good. Okay, let's see if I can use this. So this part right here. I believe we are now halfway through the lecture, through the demo, I think. I don't like this thing jutting out of it. It sort of breaks the silhouette. Okay. Of course, I have to modify this shoot as well, but I don't have a lot of time right now. I'm just gonna do a bit. So the reason why I'm modifying this is because I don't want it to remind people right away that it's a bullet shoot, and then it sort of puts bullet in. I want them to be obvious that these are wires going into this weapon instead of bullets. So I will have to modify it at some point in the design. So what I would do is probably just destroy the original look of the shoot itself, kind of modify it a little bit. Maybe I'll just cover this area up. I want to remain most of the elements that have like the metallic look to it, and then the shape, and then the value of it. Just that I want to erase the trace of it being a bullet shoot. So probably I'm gonna do something like wires going through it. I can't really go into specifics right now because of the time constraints. But yeah, this is probably what I'm gonna do. And maybe more interesting connections here, like how it connects to the wire. I should probably shrink it down so I can explore it a little bit. Maybe some cool shapes. Or if I want to make it even more exaggerated, ridiculous looking, I can even merge the helmet with the backpack itself, so he looks more big and chunky and unpractical. Sort of like the vibe we're going for. It might work. I sort of need a bit more work into it, but it might work. I just have to blend it more. Maybe I can even add some smaller details behind it. Maybe from the back it looks like a lot of the whole spine is exposed, metal spines. Yeah, it's too repetitive looking. I'll just block it in with brush strokes for now. So maybe stuff like this. Oops. And then maybe use this shell as well on the hand. Oops, not much time left. 20 minutes. Gonna roughly add more details into this before I move on. So this is roughly blocking the design of the weapon here. So yeah, like I said, I want to merge the hand together with the weapon, so it's gonna look more like the original one. Shit, the contrast is a bit too high. Bring back it in the green a little bit. Too much. Yeah, I could probably like make him more metallic looking, by introducing texture, adding scratches to parts of the armor. Yeah, but those are more finer details that I usually do later down the process. So yeah, okay, let's say this, and then the glowing parts. I sort of like this exposed parts right here, so I'm gonna try to use more of this. Probably some structural designs of the weapon. I'll see if I can utilize parts of this fighter jet onto it. I really like how this looks. It probably doesn't work, but it's worth a try. So my idea is that this is sort of like a indicator of is it fully charged yet? Is it ready to shoot? So that maybe if it glows red, it means that it's ready to shoot, stuff like that. Like it can go into more the details later down the road, but this is just me blocking out the designs right now. Maybe some wires going through it. It's definitely gotta be covered with wires. Yeah, I gotta add details on this later on. I'm gonna upload this later on in my YouTube channel when I finish it. I mean the process of this Tesla Trooper, not this lecture. And maybe I have wires going into the suit as well. which doesn't really make a lot of sense, but you know, it might be a cool visual element to it. You know, instead of painting the whole sleeve red, maybe I'm just gonna add in parts of it, maybe like an exposed wire that's red instead. So I don't know. I mean, we're just trying out ideas, so it's fine to experiment on a lot of stuff. Okay, so I'm gonna leave this here for now while I jump on to the rest of the lecture, because I think this already conveys much of the message I want to bring across about how do I utilize research from this. How do I combine all these elements, you know, elements from a bomb suit, from a cosmonaut suit, from the heavy artillery I have here, and all this mechanical stuff, and blend it in and come up with a concept. So yeah, let's move on. We don't have a lot of time left. So let's say how I analyze the reference. Another example. So let's say we're tasked to design a weapon. So usually how I would approach this as well is so the first thing is I look for the definition of that particular weapon. So let's say if now we're assigned to design assault rifle. So first I will go on to define what an assault rifle is. So a definition of an assault rifle, interpretation of assault rifle. So when you look at this rifle right here, what makes it what makes it look like an assault rifle? What defines it as an assault rifle? Which part of this makes you go like, oh, this is an assault rifle? So this is what we have to analyze when we look at references. So even when we look at references like the one that I previously shown, when you look at let's say of a bomb squad, for example, why do you know it's a bomb squad? Because you can see all the protective elements here. You know, it looks much more heavily armored compared to all this other tactical suits that are more focused on mobility. You know, a bomb suit is more about protecting the user, so there's a lot of all this Kevlar, you know, armor plates inside this. There's a bulletproof visor. So this is what makes a bomb squad suit a bomb squad suit. So the same goes to assault rifle as well. So what makes this assault rifle an assault rifle? So first thing is you go and find out of course on Google the definition of assault rifle, what is it used for. So it's gonna be like, you know, a medium long range a weapon mostly. It doesn't mean that it can't be used on close range and stuff like that, but the main usage of it is assault rifle, you know, to assault. When you're on an assault, it's like the more common weapons soldiers carry. So it's not like a sniper rifle. So a sniper rifle is like this. So this is assault rifle. Let me just quickly put it here. So a sniper rifle has a very long barrel. Yeah, just ignore the details for now. You know, and a scope and a much smaller bullet capacity, and probably a bipod most of the time. So this would be the definition of a sniper rifle. You know, a longer barrel. You know, so the bullet can travel, rotate longer in the barrel, so it can travel much further. And then a scope for long range view, a bipod for stable firing, and yep, you know, a bigger chamber for a larger caliber bullet. So this is just a rough example, but this is what I'm trying to say here is the definition of assault rifle versus a sniper rifle. So assault rifle, you know, pretty much compact. You go and find out the mechanics on how it works. So, you know, you put the magazine here in. How does it load? How does the bullet go into chamber? Where does the firing pin hit the bullet? And then, you know, where the buffer is at, where the action spring is at, where the pin is at, where the trigger is at. This is pretty important when you're analyzing references. You know, this is gonna be the basis of you creating your version of an assault rifle. Because when you create a new assault rifle, you still want the audience to see it right away and know that it's an assault rifle. You don't want him to see it and then it's gonna be like, oh, this is a sniper rifle. That's not a very successful concept of an assault rifle then, because people don't know it's an assault rifle right away. The form follows function, those sort of stuff. It has to look like what it can do. So let's say you analyze all this. You have all this info right now. You know how it works. So once you know the rules, you can break it. So you can experiment with how can you stretch the definition of an assault rifle. So maybe like a AUG, an AUG. The magazine is at the back, but keep in mind the firing mechanism of it, so you won't go too crazy. Like you can't put the magazine in the barrel because the firing mechanism is not in the barrel at all. The point of the barrel is for the bullet to travel, so it doesn't make sense. But you can move the whole firing mechanism to the stock, and then you can put the magazine there. So this is how you should approach stretching design. You don't want to go too unreasonable with it. So let's say, yep, right now I move the magazine back, and then I remove this one, and then all the mechanism, I'm gonna move it back a little bit. And so since now it's gonna be back heavy because of the magazine, it actually weighs quite a lot if you put a full magazine in it. So usually you will try to counterbalance it by there's a few approaches. You can make the barrel look a bit more heavy, or you can add grips in front. So I'm adding this attachment rail to the underneath of this barrel here, and then maybe I'll add a grip onto it. Then if you want to improve the design, figure out how do you connect all these new parts together. So some cases they sort of modify the grip itself, so it matches more with the magazine, the stock behind. So you can do it something like this. You make the grip a part of the stock, and then this is where you insert the ammo in, and then maybe you can sort of close the gap here so it doesn't look that odd. It doesn't look off balance. Maybe this iron sight doesn't suit it that well anymore, and maybe you want to shorten the barrel just by a little bit. So like this can be maybe your first iteration of your own assault rifle. So it still has to feel like an assault rifle. So you're still utilizing the same principles of it, just that you're trying to build your own version of it. You're trying to mix around with different placement of the elements of an assault rifle. You can even place it on top. Maybe not like this because it blocks the view. Maybe come out with a different way of putting the magazine. So if you've seen the P90, the P90 is sort of like a flat magazine on top instead, like one big block of magazine here, and then this is the feeding chamber. So you sort of this whole thing is the magazine. So the bullet goes in and then it fires. So again, this is another redesign, a redefinition of it. So you can try to find out how far can you stretch the definition. Interesting ways you can implement it. Maybe you can even put it you slot it like this, even though it's not very practical this way. It's quite hard to reload, and then you can't fit a lot. Maybe you have to make the firing chamber much bigger than the magazine, but at the same time it might lose mobility. So all these things are pretty fun stuff you can experiment around with. This is what we do, what we concept artists do. We concept stuff, we have to put a lot of thoughts into design. Exploration stuff, pretty cool. And let's say another example. This is a SCAR rifle. So this one have a scope and a grip in it. So but maybe what you can do with it so it stays as assault rifle. Maybe you can merge the scope with the iron sight in front a bit more if it's, let's say, it's a sci-fi scope and it's not separate from the body. Maybe it's built in together with the body itself. And then maybe a smaller holographic red dot here. Then maybe a lighter stock. Yeah, make it more flexible. Maybe it's foldable. Maybe I want to extend the barrel a bit more, but it's not a separate barrel. Instead, it's linked together with the body. And I make sure not to make it look like it has a long barrel, so it kind of strays into the area of being a sniper rifle. And then maybe I don't want it to be a vertical foregrip. Maybe I change it to an angle and like this. Okay, maybe the scope is too far behind. Turn it back a little bit. And then maybe the magazine. I don't like how the magazine looks like here. Maybe I change it to a different magazine. Maybe I can change it into a straight one. So again, just playing around with the definition of a assault rifle. Maybe now I don't like that it's too thin behind because it sort of doesn't really counter the balance that well. It's too light at the back. Maybe I don't want the magazine to be here. Let's make it like a P90 where I put it behind. So maybe this is where I put the magazine, like a P90. Maybe I make it transparent as well. I mean, this is just me exploring a lot of different options. Of course, it doesn't really. It might not be practical that way, but we're just trying to explore different options here. We can flesh out the practicability, the technical area of the design after this. So like this is one way on how I would approach if I were to design an assault rifle, especially if it's based on the actual modern world assault rifle. Like in this case, it's a SCAR and the M4 I did previously. This is the M4. So yeah, and you can also experiment with how can you make a assault rifle look like a sniper rifle. How do you extend it? How do you redefine it? So it's a pretty fun exercise as well. Maybe you can enlarge the stock a little bit, change the magazine size, extend the barrel. It's a pretty cool way to practice concept design. So another extension of this is that, let's say a recent assignment that I did is that I had to design a armor inspired by a horse. So there's a different way you can approach this as well. So again, like the weapon, you're going to find out what's the definition of a horse. You know, the parts a horse have, and then what makes a horse a horse. And you know, it has stuff like a hoof, the mane, and then the tail. Of course, the shape of the head is the most iconic one. And then you look at what people have done in existing examples of how people interpret a horse. So this is what I call a direct interpretation. You know, artists that sculpt a horse that looks like an actual horse from a real world, and then a minimal interpretation of it. So you just utilize the most iconic parts of the horse, of a horse, and then how do you maximize that element so that people, whenever people see this, they'll go like, oh, this is a horse. So this is a pretty good practice as well. So let's say you're tasked with designing a horse, an armored that's inspired by a horse. You know, you can add you can add elements of a horse on that piece of armor. You can literally just slap this horse head onto the chest piece. You can do that, or you can do something like this. You use elements of horse, you know, a minimal approach to it, or you can go for indirect interpretation of it. So what I mean by this is that what are the other things when people see that reminds them of a horse? So you know, when you see a horseshoe, it reminds you of a horse. If you see a saddle, it reminds you of a horse as well. When you see this the eye cover, and then the harness, it reminds you of a horse as well. You don't have to see the horse itself. If you see this, it'll remind you of a horse. I think this is called barding, I believe, horse armor. So this will bring you right away, remind you right away of a horse. So if your task design a horse inspired armor, maybe you can approach it in a way like this as well. So instead of like putting the horse literally on the armor, maybe you utilize things that reminds people of a horse. Maybe that armor is leather, but it has elements of a saddle. So again, then you have to go in and define what makes a saddle a saddle. What makes people know that this is a saddle? You know, it has this part where you put your feet in. It has this shape, you know, where you hold the saddle. And the same goes to the horseshoe that matches the shape of the hoof. So these are a couple of different ways you can approach when you're tasked to design something, and this will make it more interesting. This indirect interpretation of it. So yeah, that was one of the techniques I usually use when it comes to designing stuff, which is pretty fun. So yeah, you know what I mean by suggestion of interpretation is that if you, like I said, if you put this, you slap this directly onto a chest piece, a chest armor, that is the typical 1+1 equals 2. Like it's right in your face. You're explaining it to him that it's this. So a suggestion is that, you know, you're suggesting that it's a plus and an equal here. So they kind of figure out them by themselves, which is it sort of works well in designs, because you know, when you see something like when you see a movie, you often have to treat the viewers like they're smart, not the other way around. If you treat your viewers like they're dumb, you explain every single detail of the plot point to them, it's much less interesting compared to them figuring it out themselves. So this is why I think, you know, concept is it's pretty fun. You know, it's always about the balance. And yeah, pretty much hit the 1 hour mark right here. So yeah, I definitely have to end this right now. But yeah, I pretty much got all the things that I want to talk about across. You know, about this this quick design of this Tesla Trooper right here, and then, you know, how I approach concept design by doing a lot of research, and how I apply the research onto the design. And yep, yeah, that's pretty much it. So Thank you for watching. And if you have any questions, feel free to write me an email. If you have subscribed to my channel, thank you. If you have not, you can go and have a look. It's youtube.com/johnsonthingart. Let me just type it here if you're interested. Yeah, that's pretty much it. So thank you guys for watching. Have a good day, stay safe, and goodbye.
tell you, number one, that most of you say you want to be successful, but you don't want it bad. You just kind of want it. You don't want it badder than you want to party. You don't want it as much as you want to be cool. Most of you don't want success as much as you want to sleep. Some of you love sleep more than you love success. And I'm here to tell you today, if you're going to be successful, you've got to be willing to give up sleep.
Hey everyone, thanks for taking this masterclass. My name is Darko Mitev and I'm a lead character artist in Brombeck Films. And today we're going to talk about designing and modeling character for animated production. Some of the rules that I'm going to talk about, they're going to be more towards TV show animation rather than feature film, but all the techniques apply. So in this specific example, I'm going to start with no concept, just because I wanted to explore a little bit of a design workflow as well. But usually in a production environment, you would have some sort of concept provided to you to start, unless you're on a very beginning of a TV show or a feature film where they either don't have the concept done or they're very loose. You might be asked to kind of do rough sketch. So what I do in this case is I start with a Z-sphere template from ZBrush, and I kind of move it around just to get the basic proportions that I like. After that, convert that to polygons and start moving the shapes around to start to get the basic premise of the character. For a good while, I'm not going to worry about the design too much. At this point, I want to focus on getting a workable, generic kind of human that would kind of inspire me to work on the character later. So some of the stuff that I'm going to sketch right now will become obsolete later, and that's perfectly fine. The reason that I'm doing this is A, it's a good practice of stylized anatomy, and B, you kind of set yourself up for success later down the road. In this course, we're gonna go over the entire process. So I will kind of guide you step by step when we come to the different stages. At this point, what I really want to focus on is getting a strong silhouette. And I really want to get the character to feel right before I do any specific design of the features of the face or anything like that. So this also is a good idea to have this kind of a template that you can reuse for other characters to start from. And this would be the exact same approach that I would do if I have a concept in mind as well. I would either have the concept imported in ZBrush and then use this kind of method to block out the major masses and the primary shapes of the character, and then I would start to refine that and getting it closer to the concept. So doing a little bit of a cleanup work, and then I'm gonna subdivide and I'm gonna start working on the basic anatomy of this guy. Although he's going to be fully covered with clothing, it's always a great idea to start with some sort of kind of defined anatomical model underneath, just because it's going to be a lot easier for when it comes to measuring where things should be, and if you need to swap different outfits for the character, it's always a good practice to have an underlying body that looks good, especially in a production environment or like a TV show, like animated TV show or feature film. Most likely the characters you're going to work on, they're going to receive different outfits throughout the show. So they're going to change clothing and stuff like that. So it's always a good idea to have a nice working body underneath. So as you can see, I'm going around the limbs and I'm kind of trying to make this interlocking shape, almost like a toy soldier figurine. And that kind of is a very quick way to get the overlapping shapes to read and look nice. And also, when we smooth things out, a lot of this is gonna get very smoothed out, but it will give a bit more realistic feel to the character. So defining some of the bony landmark and some of the major anatomical muscle groups would would kind of greatly help me when it comes down to figuring out the design. Right now I'm still not thinking about the actual design of the character too much. I just trying to make it to the point where he's starting to look like a generic character. I kind of have in my head a vision of what kind of a character he would be. So I'm going for a little bit of a elderly character that kind of feels young and feels very energetic. So when you kind of see him, you kind of get this positive vibe. So I kind of made up a little story around him. So he used to be this rock kind of a person who enjoyed biking. So he had like a fancy motorbike, and he probably was like in a motorbike gang or something like that. So he's gonna have a very particular style when it comes to the clothing, and the story kind of I kind of made a little bit of twist to the story is so he kind of gets retired to a very nice mountain village, and he's starting to kind of pick up a lot of those habits and ways people dress around him. So he's still kind of clinging to his old ways as much as possible, but he starts to assimilate a little bit, and that's going to be reflected in the clothing design later on. So for the most part, we're looking for semi-athletic, kind of elderly character that would feel very energetic and would give out positive vibes. I kind of have a vision in my head to expand this project into making an environment and making a cool pose for the character to showcase him in, and probably that's something that I'm going to be working on next after this masterclass is over. But for this guy, as you're gonna see, I'm not gonna stay married to this initial design for too long, just because I look at this as I don't want to say a throwaway sculpt, because nothing you do is really a throwaway, because I save duplicates of my sculpt before I do any major change. But I kind of want to think about this, blocking out the major shapes, making him read nice, and then after I have something that looks pretty good, I can start to think about the actual design I want to have for him. And that's a very nice start, because it's gonna give me a base that I can reuse for other characters, like I mentioned before. And I kind of start very sculpturally. I'm not gonna go in extrude individual toes or fingers at this point. For the hand, I did start it with a Z-sphere hand, but I'm gonna chop it later and replace it with a different hand. But for the toes, she's gonna wear shoes, and so I don't want to worry too much about that. The foot kind of feels long, so I decided to kind of shrink it down and reproportion it a little bit. This is gonna change like a million times throughout this process. So like I'm trying to work the overall character to the same level, not focusing too much in one area. So as soon as something feels, okay-ish, I leave it and I jump to another area. So now the thing that starts to bother me is I have no ears on the character, and the head is like there's no eyes. So I wanted to get a little bit more feel, a bit more read of the character. And because you cannot really insert a mesh when you have subdivisions, I duplicated the head and I dynameshed it, and I'm going to start fleshing out some of the features, and I'm going to start I'm going to insert a couple of spheres for the ears, and I'm going to try to move some shapes around to kind of get something that I like. So here I go, just inserting very simple, kind of inserting spheres, squashing them down, and then duplicating that again to make the connection with the backside of the head as well. It's a fairly simple technique, and it works really well, because when you have the ears as a separate mesh, it's very easy to move them around and adjust them without disturbing the the surrounding of the model, like the cheekbones and stuff like that. So I'm being very rough with this stage, and that's because I want to move fast. I don't want to spend too much time on the blockout stage, because I want to spend the time when it comes to designing. This is still kind of like a in-between stage where we're kind of figuring the character out. We're blocking a lot of the shapes, but not really honing in on the actual design itself. So again, inserting another sphere for the eyes, and there are a couple of ways that you can do eyelids. You can take some of the curved brushes and wrap them around. You can sculpt the eyelids like I would do in this case. And this is a bit more traditional, more sculptural method, and I like it because it gives me a better read very quickly. The downside is, if you're quite new to sculpting, what this can do is make things look a little lumpy. So you kind of need to be careful on how you approach things and need to clean up as you go, which for me, especially at this stage, is perfectly fine, because like I mentioned, this is not going to stay as it is. And here I'm measuring to see that the upper eyelid should be forward in the lower eyelid, just to kind of give this natural feel, and also allow for nice animation later down the road. So almost done with the blocking out stage of this, and after this I'm gonna quickly jump in and block some of the hair volumes and beard, which I'm gonna do by masking and extracting. And I decided to try and give him a bit of a mustache, just to kind of see if I'm gonna like the direction that's going. And so just taking the inflate brush and inflating the middle section, and then using the smooth brush to kind of taper as it goes towards the tip. And then here goes the beard itself. Like I said, I don't try to do anything fancy here. I'm not using any fancy techniques. It's literally just masking out and extracting pieces. There are probably a lot simpler ways to do, a lot cleaner ways, rather I should say, to do, beards and stuff like that. But because we don't have a specific design that we follow, and we are not really trying to be clean and polished at this stage, it's perfectly fine. And at every stage, you're gonna see me refining the shapes and changing the proportions, and that's just part of my workflow. I always try to see things in context, so I would block things out. I would zoom out, look at the model from a distance, and then go back, change some stuff, work on secondary shapes, take a break maybe, and maybe next day see it again, and so that's always a good idea, to kind of take a break from the model and come back to it, especially if you're designing things and like if you're not following any particular concept, because usually your first idea is never your best idea, unless like you've done a lot of designs and you know your subject extremely well. But even then, I would argue that if you try multiple ideas, chances are you're going to end up with a better one than the very first one that you do. So this is exactly what I did here. Is after doing this initial sculpt of the hair and head proportion, I took a little bit of a break, maybe like I don't know, like a couple of hours break. And then when I come back to it, he felt a little bit too generic. So I kind of decided to switch things up a little bit and try something different, trying to see if I can make him look and feel a bit more unique. And so what I'm going to do next is I'm going to see the model in context, and after you know, comparing it to you know, to the rest of the body, and you know, to the idea that I kind of have in my head, I'm gonna try to see if I can come up with better design. And this is the stage where I'm slowly starting to kind of really think about the design, who this character is, you know, what was his you know, his life like. And this, especially when you're designing, this is very important because this information would greatly impact the way your character looks. So every time you're designing something, whether it's 2D or 3D, try to kind of make story and answer a lot of questions, like as much as questions as you can, because the more you know about the character, the more informed decisions you can make about the design itself. For example, if he was somebody who was outdoors on the sun for a long time, he would probably have a lot more wrinkles around the eyes because he would be squinting a lot more because of the intensity of the sun and stuff like that. If he was somebody who had a very rough life, maybe he was in a war or something like that, maybe he would have like a scar or anything like that. So all of these things gonna very much influence the look of your character. So don't underestimate the story aspect of it, and try to kind of keep it. Try to think about that, you know, over and over again, because the more you kind of add to the story, the more you're gonna evolve your design in a better way. And so here is actually like when I took the break and I started to think about what is his personality like. Maybe he was like a punk rock kind of a guy in, you know, in his youth, and maybe he's still kind of trying to keep his cool beard and mustache shapes. And I started to kind of visualize how he would look like if he wear a hat. And maybe like he started to get bald because, you know, he's getting you know, older. So you know, as you're gonna see, his design is gonna change drastically. And I'm keeping a copy of the old design just so I can compare, because not everything you do you're gonna like it instantly. So having your old sculpt as a comparison would be you know, very beneficial for you. And here, so I was like that the body is looking very generic. Maybe, you know, when he got to the mountains and he started enjoying the food and everything, maybe like he was, you know, slender his entire life, but now he's starting to get a little bit more of a belly going on. And it's actually a little bit of homage to a friend of mine that I kind of joke around with, because he was very slim his entire life, and then he started to kind of settle down a little bit, and he started to, you know, enjoy computer life a little bit too much, and he started to have a little bit of a belly. Not nearly as much as what I'm going to exaggerate here, but it's just one of those things that you kind of notice in real life that you can translate to your CG designs. So here, as you're going to see, I pretty much destroyed a lot of the stuff that I've sculpted, and that's perfectly fine. Like I mentioned, it's a good practice, and it takes very few minutes to sculpt it back. And because I've smoothed everything down on the lowest subdivision level, when I subdivide, I still kind of get like a roadmap of where things were when they got before they got erased. So it kind of gives me like you know, like a map of where things where should I build things up again. And here I'm redoing pretty much you know, the anatomy bits, and I'm kind of trying to think about how much fat he's gonna have versus, you know, he's like skinny fat kind of personality. And you know, because this is an exploration stage, it's bound to look weird for a certain amount of time before you figure out what you really want to do with it. So you're gonna see he's gonna start to look you know, a little bit of, you know, a little strange for a while. He's gonna, so like some places gonna feel like unproportional, he's gonna get fat and then slim and then fat, and and it's all part of the process of the exploration process. I'm really not precious about my strokes in my design, because as I said, I'm a very strong believer in exploration and iteration. So the more you iterate, the more you're gonna notice stuff, and the more you're gonna adapt and evolve your design. While I'm doing this, I'm kind of trying to keep in mind the basic design principles of straight versus curves, complex versus simple side. So for example, if I look at the character from the side view, I'm going to try to keep, for example, like the lower leg, I'm going to try to keep it very simple on the front side where the shin bone is, and then where the calf muscles are, I'm going to, add a bit more complexity. And, all of these kind of stuff would greatly impact the read of the character. So again, changing proportions, and here I'm starting to slowly like the design and where it's going. And pretty soon, actually, I'm gonna be wrapping this up, because I kind of work half and half when it comes to modeling versus sculpting. I was a traditional box modeler before I picked up ZBrush and started sculpting. So I still like to keep a lot of my work in in my modeling application, rather than just as a pure sculpt, because at the end of the day, the ZBrush model can look amazing, but if your model, like if your polygonal model does not reflect that when you retopologize and when you get it all ready for production, then well, it's a pity, because you've spent all this time making it look great in ZBrush, and then topology for production has certain limitations, and there are certain things that like you can't really do, and I try to kind of keep that in mind when I work, just so that okay, so yeah, here I'm comparing the two designs, and I'm like definitely deciding to go on the other one. You can see how much more character and appeal it has. So yeah, I was saying that you kind of want to keep in mind how things are going to look when you retopologize, which would be our next step. And for the retopology itself, I use Maya as my primary software. And because I started with the ZBrush, the Z-Sphere rig, when you convert that to polygons, you get a pretty decent topology to start with. So I'm deleting some patches that are not really working, and I've exported the lowest subdivision level, and I've also exported the decimated version. And here I'm using that as a starting point, and I'm continuing that work from there. So I'm using Maya's quad-draw tools for topology, and I'm kind of trying to get an outline of the pectoralis muscle going around and the deltoid. So I'm trying to think about how would this deform in animation, and I'm laying down the topology so that it would make sense for deformation purposes. And this is a very complex topic, and there's no real defined rule on how you should make your topology, because I've worked with many productions that have a completely contradictory topology from another, and they all work well. So some people like to keep the topology as simple and as grid-like as possible. A lot of productions, they tend to outline the muscles with topology as well, so you can get all your super crispy muscly definition from ZBrush back into your model. And they all have good and bad sides about them. One very big limitation, especially for TV show production, is your clothing topology should match very closely your underlying body topology. So the more twists and turns and muscle striation you have in your body topology, you're gonna have to carry all of that when you do your clothing. So something to keep in mind. So I kind of want to work kind of like in between. Like as you can see here, I'm gonna use this kind of like a radial patch that would kind of help keep some of the elbow, like bony landmark definition a little bit. But I'm not gonna go too crazy and start outlining, every little muscle for the the forearm and for the legs, because that's just gonna make things a lot more complicated when it comes to making the rest of the character work nicely. So same thing with the knees and the back side of the legs. I try to keep things as grid-like, as I mentioned, as possible, and then I would add only necessary kind of like modeling junctions like kites and stuff like that, only where I need them to make sure that I have all my topology working for me. For the foot, as you saw there, I pretty much decided to ignore the toes, and I'm gonna have like a sock because he's gonna have a boots and stuff like that. So I'm not gonna spend the polygon budget and model individual toes in this case. For the face, I start by outlining the biggest forms and deformation areas. So I'm gonna make almost like a frame where how I want my topology to flow, and then the rest would be just filling in the blanks in between. So I always have loops following the nasolabial fold. I have radial loops around the mouth in the eye areas, around the kind of like simulating the muscle flow around like the eye, for example, the orbicularis muscle, and as I mentioned, nasolabial fold and stuff like that. One thing very important is I try to keep like this, like a mask loop, almost like a superhero mask around around the eye area. And this is kind of important because if you want to reuse this character, it's something we do in production all the time is we reuse topology from one character to another. So trying to make your topology generic so you can make a different character out of this would be very beneficial if you can do. And there are a couple of rules you should follow for that kind of stuff, and that is areas where more than 4 polygons meet, like we usually refer to them as stars, they should be on the same edge loop, meaning all the way around the eye, all the stars are going to be on the same edge loop. And what that does is, if let's say you sculpt another character in ZBrush and you want to reuse this topology, what you can do is you can use those star points as your markers, and then you can pretty much select and detach the entire eye from one character and move it over to your new sculpt, and then you can just reproject those details, reproject the topology to get the details from your new sculpt. And that is very useful, and it's one of the techniques we use in production all the time. That is if you don't have plugins like ZWrap. If you have ZWrap or Wrap 3, the full version of it, those kind of plugins, they start to change a little bit the workflows. But I just wanted to mention this because it's still a very relevant thing and something we do in production, especially in animation production. So as you can see, most of this is once I get this template, flowing the way I want, I'm just gonna start inserting edge loops in between these areas and filling in the gaps with patches of polygons, and I'm gonna get to the a more complete version of the face very, very quickly. And that is something you want to do. You want to find ways to be efficient in your workflow, because a lot of times these kind of, especially on a new show, for example, changes are bound to happen. So if you are somebody that can make a quick topology version of your or design sculpt, and you can give it to rigging for testing purposes, your animation directors and your pretty much production is going to love you, because there are a lot of things that you can't really predict until you start to see the character moving, and you give it to the hands of an animator and they start to push it, and they start to kind of like break the character. They push it to the limits, till the point where starts to break. And that's really something you want to do very early, because you want to know if your design is functional, not just looking good, because this kind of character is gonna perform in various different scenarios in a production. And one thing that directors and animation directors are really looking to is to be able to get the most out of the performance of the character. And your topology needs to serve that purpose. You don't just add topology to to make things look nice. Every loop that I add here has a specific reason, and it's because either because I want to keep things from the sculpt that are necessary to convey the design, or they are needed for production purposes. One thing that I changed my mind about is you can see this radial loop going right above the chin and going up into the mouth. That was something that I wanted to kind of capture the the form of the sculpt, but then I realized that that's going to make a little bit of a problem when it comes to blend shapes and to animation. And I want to make animation friendly character, because like that's the purpose of the whole masterclass. So I checked it here against the sculpt, and I was getting really nice deformation, not deformation, but a really nice read from the character. It was matching the sculpt very accurately. But after a bit of thinking, I decided to change that and continue the nasolabial fold loop to go all the way down and around the chin, and that is something that I'll be adding, or rather changing very, very quickly. So as you can see, getting to the final stage now, once I get all this foundation, is very, very simple. I just add loop between each establishing loop that I did, and I use my relax brush to kind of relax everything. And here's when I started to kind of think about, well, how can I improve this? Just because you did something and you spend the time doesn't mean it's perfect. If you have to redo things to make it work, now it's the best time to do it. And this is something that you're gonna see in production a lot, is people tend to make time for the important things. And if it means you spending another week retopologizing the character just to get the performance that the directors and animation directors need from the character, then so be it. That is at the end of the day the most important thing. That's why we are making this character, to see him perform and do the stuff that it's written in the scripts and all that stuff. So yeah, just by redirecting this, this is going to give us a lot more better deformation in the cheeks and in the mouth area. And one thing that you kind of do is make sure that you have enough loops for your eyelids, and your eyelids kind of follow the the design sculpt very, very closely. Eyes are something that is very, very important to get right in your characters, because that's the first thing that we kind of look at, and we kind of connect with the character through the eyes. So a good rule of thumb is to have at least 4 edge loops for your eyelids to be able to close properly when you're doing blend shapes. So I'm gonna use that rule over here. So 4 edge loops from the top of the eyelid to the bottom, and then I'm gonna spread them around just a little bit to get a bit more even distribution. One other very important thing is that the number of edges you have on the top eyelid should reflect the number of edges you have on the bottom. So when they close, they should match perfectly, and that would give you a very nice deformation. Because this guy has a very pronounced eyebrows, I decided to give it a radial loop around the eyebrows, which would kind of serve me as kind of like encapsulating the eyebrow region a little bit more. And after this, I'm gonna switch gears and I'm gonna show you the final topology, because at the back of the head and the ear is pretty much using the same technique, just extruding a frame around the skull and then just filling in the gaps in a grid-like formation. And so here I'm gonna use a mirror to kind of mirror the head, and we're gonna jump into the clothing next. I already had a hat model from a different character, so I decided to reuse it. And as you're gonna see here, the shirt that I have at the moment as a base is pretty much taking the body and extracting, like duplicating those faces and just moving them out so they're not flush to the surface. Excuse me. I'm a big fan of modeling props and clothing by hand instead of sculpting them in ZBrush first, just because I feel like you get a lot more for the time you spend. Like if, let's say, you spend a couple of days making a very nice shirt and trousers and boots in ZBrush, and you sculpt your beautiful wrinkles and everything, and you get an approval from your art direction, then what needs to happen is you need to pretty much redo this kind of process. You're gonna re-topologize that, but also you need to make sure that you follow the topology of the body, and that can take a lot more time, because now you're trying to figure out how to get the wrinkles and all the details from the sculpt look nice. In the same time, you're trying to match the topology of the underlying body. So because, like I mentioned, I am kind of used to modeling things by hand, I try to make my topology work for me. And the rule for this kind of stuff is you can have more edges in between the edges of your body topology, but you shouldn't have less, or you shouldn't move them around too much. Like you can even cut diagonal edges if you want to go across polygons, as long as you keep those polygons, the grid-like polygons intact, and you kind of work around that. And you can see me do that around the armpit areas and the crotch areas on the trousers. And so this is very much a manual kind of labor, just taking the cut tool and modeling wrinkle by wrinkle, and trying to kind of think how things would deform and how things would fold if this was a shirt, a blouse, sorry. Also, one thing to kind of keep in mind is the thickness of your wrinkles will also determine the material. So you don't want to make, let's say you want to make a thick sweater kind of material for your clothing. You don't want to make your wrinkles too skinny, too tight, rather I should say, because that is a material property for a lighter material and not for something thick like a woven sweater or sweatshirt or something like that. So here I'm using a lot of references on my second monitors of the type of clothing I want to make for this guy, and that helps a lot. And using Edit Edge Flow to kind of ease in a lot of these wrinkles, I kind of tend to work in passes. I would kind of sketch them out, trying to get the basic feel for it, and then I would kind of give it a break and come back to it and start to refine it and think about think about a little more about how things would deform and stuff like that. So you're gonna see me here around the elbow. I'm gonna work around the bending point of the elbow, but I'm not gonna really try to make any creases that would clash too much, because that's an area that is gonna deform quite a lot, and I don't want to make too much details, because when things start to stretch and squash, you can get your stretching in the texture maps. So it's something to kind of keep in mind, is trying to keep your deformation areas a little bit cleaner, or have wrinkles that would deform along with the mesh. So here I decided to reuse the other, I already made this kind of piece for one side of the shirt, and I decided to reuse it. And just to kind of make things a little bit asymmetrical, I thought that I would kind of raise up the sleeve a little bit, and so it's kind of like it's wrinkly, and it would give me a lot a lot more interesting silhouette than having both of the sleeve to be perfectly symmetrical. And I also tend to use Maya sculpting tools a lot to kind of make things a bit more organic. And just a quick bridge here, because these are the same number of spans on both sides. It's a very quick to add a lot of a bridge and kind of fill in the gaps. And here is where I kind of decided to make things, like a almost like a folded sleeve. So it's same kind of techniques apply for this kind of stuff, adding more edge loops in between and just moving them up and down and use a slight rotation. I'm also trying to keep in mind what edges should I keep straight to kind of follow the underlying body topology, and then if I move that edge, I would add another one to kind of support that, and just adding overlap, because fabric will not just bubble up like that, it will kind of like fold on itself. So this definitely is a little bit slower than if you were to sculpt this in ZBrush, but the good thing is after you're done with this, you pretty much have your design sculpt but also final model in the same time. And even better thing is, if art direction approve this, then this is the final model, and you don't need to tweak anything or fight with the topology to get the final look. And so here is what I mentioned, like you can cut diagonal lines to kind of make diagonal wrinkles and stuff like that, but I'm also trying to work around that limitation that my topology needs to follow the topology of the body. So as you can see, I'm still trying to keep all of those topology to kind of work as grid-like as possible. And if you have a little modification here and there, it's no big deal. Like you can get away with a lot, even if you have a bit of a twisting and turning in the topology there. It's still not that big of a deal. And here I decided to add a bit of a seam line to the shirt, and that is pretty much using the move brush and beveling the edge first, and using the move brush to kind of do the same thing. And I would do that differently on the left and the right side whenever possible, just because things like clothing, they're not symmetrical in real life, right? Like they kind of conform to the body and to the position of of your body. So I am a big believer that you should kind of induce a little bit of asymmetry if you can. And because we've already made this clothing very asymmetrical from the get-go, I figured we might as well start to add these kind of details and make them asymmetrical as well. It doesn't look like like much, but these kind of details can go a long way by making your model feel a bit more natural and believable. Like obviously we're not going for what I would say a realistic kind of thing, but the more you can do to imply that this was a manufactured piece, it's gonna help. With the visual interest. So stuff like adding seam lines where a real shirt would have, and having like the cuts of the sweater be a different material, and stuff like that would be a a very big plus for just getting to what I would say like the next level. And like you see, I'm trying to add edge loops to go all the way around, but because of that diagonal line that I cut in, I have to manually excuse me, stop and redraw some of those areas. Which is not a big deal. It's just something to to kind of keep in mind. And that would pretty much excuse me, that would pretty much be our shirt design. I would add a little bit more details in the middle, just to kind of make it look folded. Like he has obviously a bit of a belly, so I thought it would be funny to kind of add like a little wrinkle where like that fold of the shirt is kind of like resting on top of the belly, just to kind of emphasize how big it is, and just move down the the fold to kind of imply that there's like a gravity affecting it. It's not just sticking out in the air. And that's something that I wanted to actually touch base is you kind of want to, when you're modeling these kind of things by hand, trying to think about gravity and how that would affect the folds. And so after you cut in, make sure you kind of go with either with a move brush or with your standard modeling manipulator, and trying to add a little bit of a weight to those folds. And I'm gonna like leave for example the shirt right now as it is, but when I'm done with, let's say, the trousers and the gloves and the boots, I'm gonna again make just a short break to kind of get my mind off of the project, to kind of forget what I was doing, and then come back to it maybe like a day later or something like that, and look at it again and see it with fresh eyes, and try to see like what I missed, what can I improve, what doesn't work, and stuff like that. And stuff like thickness on clothing is something we cheat a lot in animation production. Like we kind of want to imply thickness around the cuffs and that kind of stuff, but we don't really have thickness all the way around. So here's another great example of working with limitations to kind of make the pockets. I know that I have to obey the topology on the body, like I mentioned like 100 times by now. So I'm kind of extracting a piece from the clothing and adding a little bit of extra edge loops to kind of work around it. But for the most part, the internal edge loops mirror the edge loops of the pants and then on the body. So that is something that you kind of have to be creative with as when it comes to working with clothing and stuff like that. This I should mention, this method means that your clothing is not going to get simulated, but rather it's going to get rigged and it's going to move with the character. So that's very important. If you were doing a simulation kind of workflow mesh, then a lot of these stuff that I'm modeling, like all the wrinkles that I'm modeling by hand and all the the topology that I'm kind of worrying about is not as as important. Simulation tends to work better if your meshes are as grid-like as possible, or uniform polygons, I should say. And that's why when you like get stuff from like software for like Marvelous Designer, for example, they are like as even quads as possible or triangles, just because the algorithm would have a lot easier time simulating if all the polygons are, you know, similar size, rather than trying to figure out how to simulate a large polygon next to very, you know, few smaller ones. And the design of the trousers is gonna change a little bit from what I'm gonna show in this video, and mainly it's for the, you know, for the wrinkles around the crotch area and the folded you know, piece of clothing around the calf muscles. That is something that you kind of need to see it before you know it, you know, before you know if it's gonna work or not. And one way you can do that is you can take a screenshot and go to Photoshop and try to doodle, you know, around on top of your model. And that is actually what I did after this modeling session. So this session was done like all at once. So kind of in one sitting, I kind of fleshed out the, you know, all the pieces of clothing, and then I took a break and I took some screenshots and I went to Photoshop and tried to mess around with you know, some drawers, and then I look at some references and I realized that some of the wrinkles that I have right now around the crotch area and, you know, something that I'm gonna add like around the knees and stuff like that, they kind of tend to look a little bit too tight, and they make the material very kind of like almost leathery like. And I was going for more of a skinny jeans. They're still kind of very close to the body, but not as, you know, as body wrapping as leather pants would be, for example. And so yeah, and that's something that you're gonna see in the final model, that is gonna change, you know, just a little bit. For the most part, everything that I do and show right now is gonna stay the same. They're just like tiny little details that it would take a lot of time to figure out, because I would go back and forth and you know, maybe add it, remove it, or just add it and then emphasize it a little bit more. Maybe do a couple of renders, you know, try different materials, and then, you know, see if the wrinkles read properly, and then if they don't, I go back and I try to make them a little thicker, or if they're too thick, try to, you know, make them thinner, and vice versa. So yeah, all of this is pretty much trying to work with, you know, the limitations of the topology that you already have preset, but adding all the details. And as you can see, it is doable. It just, you know, it's a little bit of kind of like a tricky thing to figure out. But if you do it, you know, a couple of times, it's something that you can, you know, it's definitely a skill that you need to master. But once you have it mastered, it's very easy. For the shoes, I started with a basic shoe that I modeled, I don't even know how many years ago now. and I reuse these shoes more times than I can count, to be honest. And it's generic enough that it doesn't represent anything in particular, and it has a very kind of low poly count, and it's very easily adjustable. So as you can see here, I will change this to look completely different than, you know, the base, you know, and you know what it looks like right now. But it's gonna save me, you know, a little bit of time. You know, starting from a box, it's always, you know, gonna be slower. So I always tend to have these kind of little props, you know, and parts laying around, like buttons and belt buckles and, you know, shoes and even pockets. I have kind of like a library, like a small library of different pockets wrapped to a NURB plane that I can just insert and kind of like move around and attach to my character, and then rework the topology if needed. And the shoe is pretty much the same process. Like I'm gonna start to sound like a broken record here, but it really is as simple as it as it sounds. You take the base model, you kind of take your soft selection and you move it around, and you pretty much try to work out the design, looking at references as much as possible to make sure that you keep yourself in check, that you're not doing stuff that wouldn't work. Adding support edges after you've blocked things out, and just going from there. Another very important aspect of especially designing character in 3D directly is art direction and feedback. Art directors exist for a reason, and I do not consider myself a designer or an art director by any means of the word. I do tend to kind of I do tend to kind of design my own character as much as possible because I want to get better at it. But there are people who studied this, a long time, and they would kind of give you an insight of things that you wouldn't necessarily think about. So something that I do is I would often get a screenshot to some of my colleagues, like their art directors or senior designers and stuff like that, and just openly ask for feedback. And there's nothing wrong with that. Just because you're a badass modeler doesn't mean you're a badass designer. There is definitely a skill that needs learning, and the more you do it, the better you get, obviously. But it's something that you need to work on. The shoelaces are as simple as they look. I took a NURBS curve, I make the shoe live, and then I started drawing the curve in a crisscross formation going all the way up. And then I tied the knot without stopping. I kind of like went in circles and tied the knot down and continued all the way down on the other side and connected. And then I went in and I kind of offset the vertices to go up and down, so they kind of formed the shoelaces. And then again, same technique for the sock, extracting pieces from the body. This actually is a work in progress sock that I'm going to show here. At a later stage, I'm going to decide to kind of make one of the shoes broken. So I'm gonna finish the rest of the sock going all the way around the foot. But at this stage, I was not really thinking about doing something like that, so I only did it halfway. And this kind of shows you of like what we do to kind of keep our polygon budget low, because if you start going too dense, then your animator is gonna have hard time animating this and having a real-time preview. And that is very important to kind of have a real-time preview when you're animating. So I know my girlfriend is an animator, so I know how much she hates to have heavy models that can't really interact in the viewport. So every time I can, I try to kind of think about what's next after me down the pipeline. And I want to make other people's lives easier as well, not just gonna selfishly think about making my model as perfect as possible and looking great, and then everybody down the pipeline is gonna can't render it because it's too high res, or animation would scream at you and stuff like that. So yeah, another thing is I decided to give him this kind of like chopped kind of gloves look to kind of get with that I'm cool vibe. And again, the exact same technique, selecting the faces, extracting them, and simulating the thickness around the fingers. And then I'm gonna take the move brush. I'm gonna add a couple of loops just to kind of add a bit more detail. And then I'm gonna take my move brush and my scale tools and start to move them around. I want to make it a little bit more messy and a bit more cloth-like. And a lot of this is gonna get done after this in ZBrush. I'm gonna take this into ZBrush and I'm gonna sculpt some more wrinkles. But as a base model, you want to keep things as clean as possible, but also as organic as possible. So here I need to add a seam line, so I'm kind of cutting diagonally across, and I'm gonna need to add a few more edge loops to kind of support that, and again, working with that, with the limitations that you have. And that I can excuse me, and that actually I would use as advantage when I start to add the wrinkles, because all of those kind of twists and turns that you add with the topology can actually serve as a nice way to add a bit more detail. Next up, we're gonna look at making the belt, and that is gonna sound, you know, exactly like I do. So here is reusing parts like buckles and buttons and stuff like that. I'm gonna take one of those and I'm gonna try to fit it to, first of all, I'm gonna look at a few of them and decide which one is, you know, gonna work for the type of pants that I have, and then extracting the piece from the trousers and just extruding around to kind of, you know, make a belt like shape. A belt is something that is going to be very closely connected to the trousers themselves. So it's one of those pieces that you really want to pay attention to, that your topology is as close as possible to the underlying, you know, to the trousers. You know, stuff like clothing, we usually have secondary controls for sleeves and jackets and dresses and stuff like that, that animators can kind of use to animate around and like do some secondary movements to kind of simulate that this is, you know, it to kind of simulate simulation pretty much, to kind of cheat simulation, not simulate simulation. But stuff like belts and the gloves, they pretty much gonna be skin wrapped to the body. So it's one of those areas where you really want to pay attention to get it right. And one thing also is kind of good to mention is thickness of objects. Whenever you're working, make sure that the thickness of all of the clothing parts is consistent. Meaning, if you establish that you know, jeans would be, you know, a certain thickness, then you kind of need to go and make sure that a belt is proportionally thick to the thickness of the jeans, and then, you know, the shirt and the vest and everything else that you're gonna add, and jacket, it's also gonna be, you know, proportionally thick to that. And that is, you know, it's a common mistake that I've seen in a lot of especially junior people's work, is you would have something way too thick and some things like not thick enough, and it kind of breaks the illusion that it breaks the cohesiveness of the character, rather. So here I'm like meticulously comparing to the underline edges and making sure that I have enough resolution to model the details I need, but I also kind of I also keep in mind the underlying structure of the topology, and I'm gonna try to add a little bit of like deformation and wear to this guy, and a lot of this again is gonna come when I go to ZBrush and sculpt some of the details. Unfortunately, I didn't have a lot of time to showcase too much of that in this demo, but it's something that usually is done either by a texture artist or a modeler. It depends on the pipeline. I would say if you are working in a standard TV show, like animated TV show production, this is not going to be your job. Like, those details going to be a texture artist job. So that's why I kind of decided to skip on that section. because that heavily involves like UDIMs and how the UVs are set up and shaders and stuff like that. So for a nice presentation, I decided to kind of make a simple backdrop and a generic, gray material. And this is something we do for dailies all the time. I've grouped the entire character into one group, and I just made a simple rotation animation, rotating the character 360 degrees in a span of, 200 frames or something like that. And I'm gonna set up my camera to be 60mm lens, and that's a very common camera used for shooting in TV show animation. So we kind of keep that focal length. I'm gonna be using redshift for this, and I'm gonna be using global illumination. So I'm going over setting up my redshift settings. I'm using brute force with irradiance point cloud. And I'm gonna place my key light, and I'm gonna place a couple of bounce lights and kick lights. So some of them are gonna be for emphasizing the silhouette of the characters, and others would be for making the character read a little bit better. So after placing my key light, which is usually the strongest light source in your lighting rig, I'm going to start duplicating around, and I'm going to create what we call a rim light. And as you're going to see, redshift lights by default have visible turned on, which means that if they're going to render as cards. So I'm going to go quickly to my render settings, my attribute editor rather, and disable that switch. And I'm gonna do 2 rim lights, and then I'm gonna make a fill light. And for a moment, the character is gonna start to look a little bit flat, and that's because I haven't adjusted my lights yet. So as you're gonna see, the rim lights really help outline the silhouette of the character. But if you make them too strong, then they're gonna start to kind of like fight with the key light a little bit, and it's gonna make things look a little bit flat. That's why I'm gonna duplicate the key light. I'm gonna flip it on the other side and give it a very low intensity, and gonna use it more of a filler light, just to kind of add a little bit more light and kind of reduce some of the contrast. I know that my shaders are gonna be kind of clay based, so I'm giving a little bit more light, just because I know that I'm going to have a little bit darker shaders. And this is something that in production you would have already preset by your lighting department, but I wanted to kind of give you an overview of how you would do it for yourself. For the background, as you're going to see, because it was kind of dimming very quickly, I decided to assign a shadow catcher material, which pretty much makes the background look very like flat, like almost like a surface color only, and it also catches the shadows, which is very, very nice. So with that in mind, I'm gonna start playing a little bit more with shading, and here I'm activating the subdivision, just because some of the models were looking a little bit blocky. And for the cornea of the eyes, I'm gonna add a glass like material, and for the eyes I'm gonna have pretty much like a standard material with a ramp, with a radial ramp, just to kind of illustrate it, a little bit of an eye shape. So I've added a ramp, and I'm tweaking the colors a little bit because they're a little bit on the bright side. So I kind of want to tone it down and make it a bit more neutral. And right now I'm going to set up 3 main shaders, which is going to be a medium clay, a dark, and a light clay. And like I mentioned, this is something that we do in production. Depending on the show you're working, you're going to get your shaders in your shader library. So as a modeler, your job was going to be to literally just drag and drop the materials on your model, and that is usually left on the artist to kind of present it the way you feel like it's gonna read better. So here I made my light material, my light clay material, and I'm gonna duplicate it 2 times. I'm gonna make a medium and a dark one. And usually, like we apply the dark material on hair and eyebrows and eyelashes, and we apply the medium gray or medium dark to the some of the clothing pieces, and that just makes a nice visual difference. As you can see here, it kind of creates a contrast. So when the art directors are viewing your models in dailies, they would instantly kind of connect with the character, kind of see it a bit better. If everything is the same kind of shade, if you have a lot of details, it can be pretty hard sometimes to kind of make out those details. So this is some of the techniques that we use to kind of save some time. In dailies, you only have like 10-15 minutes at most to kind of get feedback for your artwork. So you want to make sure that you present your artwork in the most appealing kind of way possible, because at the end of the day you want to get a buy off, and even if your model is great, if you don't present it well, it's not gonna look all that great. So this kind of presentation can go a long way in making sure you get approval on your models. And something that we do sometimes, especially in the design sculpt stage, is you would apply materials to faces. That is not recommended for the record, but for like a model, for like final production model. But if it's just a design sculpt that you need like a quick read, then it's totally fine, because that's gonna be taken over by a shading and texture artist, and they're gonna do the proper material assignments, and pretty much all of this clay kind of work that I do is gonna get discarded by the texture artist and the shading artist. And after this, I took the model in ZBrush and I sculpted just very quick normal map details, and I've added them back onto my model, and pretty quickly I'm gonna transition to that. And one change that I did from this is I've increased I decreased actually the roughness from 0.6 to 0.5, and that just makes some of the of the normal map details more visible. So this is kind of the final render that I would use for presentation. As you can see, Redshift is blazing fast, and here is the final model. So thank you guys for sticking around, and I hope you liked it, and I'll see you in the next presentation.